Pardon? The matter for discussion shall, if possible, be referred to the President of the Senate before commencement of the day's sitting, and the President of the Senate shall refuse to allow the claim unless he is satisfied that the matter is definite and urgent. Mr. President, I discussed the issue of removal of import prohibition of rice through our borders. The agenda proposed the rice millers, rice farmers, bankers, Ministry of Agriculture, and also Federal Ministry of Finance. The Comptroller General of Customs just last week made an announcement that he has removed the importation of rice through our land borders, which means quite a number of ships that arrive in Nigerian territorial waters are now diverted to continue to discharge their cargo. Mr. President, if this is allowed, it will certainly discourage our farmers, it will certainly discourage the millers that have invested under the rice food chain.
The Finnish colleagues, Sengaro did see me about this, and by signing his put the question that he can bring the matter legal for the next legislative day. Those in favor that this is done the way they say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Leader of the Senate.
Mr. President, distinguished colleagues, the first business of the day is presentation of a bill standing in the name of Senator Ibrahim Gobil on the resolutions of the National Assembly Compliance and Binding Effects Bill 2015. Mr. President, we may wish to invite the Clerk of the Senate to read the short title of the bill.
Clerk of the Senate.
Mr. President, distinguished senators, resolutions of the National Assembly Compliance and Binding Effects Bill 2015, SB 24, first reading.
Resolutions of the National Assembly Compliance and Binding Effects Bill 2015, SB 24, first reading taken. Leader of the Senate.
Mr. President, distinguished colleagues, the second business of the day is presentation of a bill standing in the name of Senator Godfrey Etazi and the Rural Areas Development Agency Establishment, etc. Bill 2015. Mr. President, we wish to invite
to get the Senate.
Mr. President, distinguished senators, Rural Areas Development Agency Establishment, etc. Bill 2015, SB 35, first reading.
Rural Areas Development Agency Establishment, etc. Bill 2015, SB 35, first reading taken. Leader of the Senate.
Mr. President, distinguished colleagues, the third business of the day is presentation of a bill standing in the name of distinguished Senator Godwin Obajulu on the Equal Opportunity Commission Establishment, etc. Bill 2015. Mr. President, we may wish to invite the Clerk of the Senate to read the short title of the bill.
Clerk of the Senate.
Mr. President, distinguished senators, Equal Opportunity Commission Establishment, etc. Bill 2015, SB 45, first reading.
Equal Opportunity Commission Establishment, etc. Bill 2015, SB 45, first reading taken. Leader of the Senate.
Mr. President, distinguished colleagues, the fourth business of the day is the presentation of a bill standing in the name of distinguished Senator Tijani Kaura and the Nigerian Solid Minerals Development Bank Establishment, etc. Bill 2015. Mr. President, may we invite the Clerk of the Senate to read the subtitle of the bill.
Clerk of the Senate.
Mr. President, distinguished senators, Nigerian Solid Minerals Development Bank Establishment, etc. Bill 2015, SB 56, first reading.
Nigerian Solid Minerals Development Bank Establishment, etc. Bill 2015, SB 56, first reading taken. Read by the Senate.
Mr. President, distinguished colleagues, the first order of the day is the consideration of the report of the Committee on Ethics and Privileges and Public Petition on the submission of Amina Ibrahim Mohammed as the ministerial nominee from Kaduna. Mr. President, we may wish to invite Senator Simon Owaya to move the motion to lay and so the Senate to receive and consider the report of the committee.
Senator Sam.
Thank you, Mr. President, Mr. colleagues. My name is Senator Samuel Menekayan. I represent the Angawa dynasty. Mr. President, that is, I believe that the Senate do consider the report of the Committee on Ethics, Privileges and Public Functions and a petition by Southern Kaduna Coalition against the submission of Amina Ibrahim Mohammed as the ministerial nominee from Kaduna State.
Senator Abu Ibrahim.
My name is Senator Abu Ibrahim. I suppose the motion is proposed that the report should be considered spontaneously.
Those in favor, by the Senate, do consider the report of the Committee on Ethics, Privileges and Public Petitions on the petition by Southern Kaduna Coalition against the submission of Amina Ibrahim Mohammed as a ministerial nominee from Kaduna State, say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Senator Samuel, present the report. Lady.
Mr. President, distinguished colleagues, once again I present Senator Samuel Menekayan. I represent Imo East. Mr. President, this is the report of the Senate Committee on Ethics, Privileges and Public Petitions in the respect of the petition from Barrister James Kayo of Southern Kaduna Coalition and 10 others against the presentation of Amina Ibrahim Mohammed as the ministerial nominee for Kaduna State. The Senate will recall that on Thursday, 8 October 2015, rising on Order 41, Senator Benjamin Taylor Lab, Kaduna South, drew the attention of the Senate to a petition from Barrister James Kayi of Southern Kaduna Coalition and 10 others protesting the submission of Mrs. Amina Ibrahim Mohammed as the ministerial nominee for Kaduna State, and all the Senate to urgently look into the matter. In line with Order 413, the Senate referred the matter to the Senate Committee on Ethics, Privileges and Public Petitions for detailed investigation to report back Tuesday, 13th October 2015. Membership of the committee. We have in membership of the committee, we have Senator Samuel Ayawo. The support. Okay. Committee action. Following the Senate resolution and referral, the committee met and agreed that the following instruments should guide it in addressing the matter. A. The Commission of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, 1999, as amended. B. The Senate Standing Orders 2015 as amended, and the principle of equity, fairness, and justice, and the public service rules. The committee also resolved that the following parties be invited: the petitioner, Barrister James Kaib, and the ministerial nominee. I don't really have to report. I just go straight to recommendation. Okay, sir.
The findings 5-0 and recommendation 6-0. Okay, 5-0, observation and finding. After a critical examination of the petition and oral presentations by the petitioner at the ministerial nominee, the committee observed that the matter was that the nominee, Amina Ibrahim Mohammed, was instructed for a ministerial nominee for Kaduna State. The committee also observed from the oral presentation of the petitioner, Barrister James Kaib, that the source of information was the social media and was addressed and their colleagues for their support for giving us to serve. Thank you and God bless. Thank you, Chairman and the members of the Ethics, Privilege and Public Petition. Distinguished colleagues, we go to recommendation 1. Recommendation number 1. Okay, I'll read the recommendation, then we'll take the amendment. Recommendation 1. Since Mrs. Amina Ibrahim Mohammed, who is from Gombe State, is a ministerial nominee for Gombe State and not Kaduna State, she should be declared by the Senate as a fit and proper ministerial nominee of the Federal Republic of Nigeria for Gombe State. Any amendment then? Yes, Leader of the Senate.
Make amendment.
You went too far.
Going by this, if it is left like that, then it means that Amina doesn't have to come before for clearance again. I think she is cleared for confirmation by this Senate. Yeah. Okay. That should read. No. She is cleared for screening.
Leader, can you read the amendment so we can?
Just the first statement and stop with that.
Mr. President, distinguished colleagues, I think recommendation 1 should stop since Ms. Amina Ibrahim Mohammed, who is from Gombe State, is a ministerial nominee for Gombe State and not Kaduna State. Full stop. That's all.
Let me put the question then. As amended, there is amendment. There's an amendment. Let's come down to the amendment. The amendment, since Ms. Amina Mohammed Ibrahim, who is from Kaduna State, is a ministerial nominee for Gombe State and not Kaduna State. There must be, I mean, that's a recommendation.
No, remove since. Let's remove the since. If you remove since, it will make sense. Remove since and read it again.
But it is still not, it's a statement. Mrs. Amina Ibrahim Mohammed, who is from Gombe State, is a ministerial nominee for Gombe State and not Kaduna State. Yes. So, contact to that amendment. Deputy Leader.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. President. I want to second I'm reluctant to second this thing, but I think as members of this committee, when we make recommendation and somebody has an issue based on our recommendation, it's our integrity that we have put into this. So we should be called upon to defend what we have said.
Yes.
Now, the issue, what I say, what was referred to us, order.
The deputy that you are coming to second. So if you have come under any addition.
By reason of proximity to the SP, I hereby second his amendment.
Those in favor of recommendation as amended, Mrs. Amina Ibrahim Mohammed, who is from Gombe State, is a ministerial nominee for Gombe State and North Kaduna State. Those in favor of that amendment say aye.
Aye.
Those against say nay. The ayes have it.
It entered. Deleted. Recommend 2 deleted.
I'll still put the vote. The Senate do now adopt and clear the nominee, Mr. Distinguished senators, let me read and then you have the opportunity. The Senate do now adopt and clear the nominee, Mrs. Amina Ibrahim Mohammed, as the ministerial nominee of the Federation for Gombe State. Amendment. Correction, Senator Gobri.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I think we have to remove the word clear. We shall remove the word clear and say the Senate do now adopt and present Mrs. Amina Ibrahim Mohammed as ministerial nominee for Gombe State.
Yeah. Consider. I didn't hear you. Did you say adopt or consider?
No. The Senate do now adopt.
And the present. No.
Did you say adopt or consider?
Consider.
I think you said consider.
Consider.
The Senate do now consider the nominee of Mrs. Amina Ibrahim Mohammed as a ministerial nominee of Federation for Gombe State. Those in favor of this, any seconder to this amendment? Yes, Senator Jibril.
Mr. President, my name is Barrow Ajibrin. I represent Kano North. I stand to second the amendment as moved by Senator Gobir. Thank you.
Those in favor of the second recommendation as amended, that the Senate now consider the nominee of Mrs. Amina Mohammed as ministerial nominee of Federation of Gombe State, say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Thank you. I thank the committee members and the chairman for the report. Leader of the Senate.
Very distinguished colleagues. The second order of this day is supposed to be consideration of report on ethics and privileges on public petition on alleging cases of fraud against Right Honorable Chubeke Rotimi Amechi, but the report is not ready, so we stand down this consideration to tomorrow. I'm the leader.
Thank you, leader, for guidance. We'll stand our report and with the committee ensure that it is ready by tomorrow. Leader of the Senate.
Mr. President, distinguished colleagues, the first order of the day is a motion standing in the name of distinguished Senator Mao Ohobowa distinguished colleagues, please, you may notice that we changed the motion. Instead of taking the confirmation, there is a very important motion by Mao that has to do with the remuneration of staff of the REA, and we need to take the motion before we go into confirmation of the confirmation hearing. That's important about it. The motion does not require debate. Please, let us listen to it first, then we take it. It's very important because if we don't do that, salaries of some employees will not be, they won't be able to pay them. So it's very important we take this motion, which is just for motion. The motion is there.
Distinguished colleagues, we now call on Senator Mawadem to present this motion.
Distinguished Senator, Senate President, distinguished senators, this is a one-prayer motion which is very important for our teeming populace, especially those in the rural area. And I know that the House of Representatives had already passed this motion and is waiting for the Senate to pass this motion to enable NEC transfer the surplus in accordance with the Constitution and the Act setting up NEC, that Nigerian Electricity Regulation Commission, so that they will transfer the surplus to REA to enable us have enough light. Mr. President, distinguished senators, my name is Senator Mao Ohuabunwa, representing the entire people of Abia North, and I want to use this opportunity, Mr. President, to thank you and thank my colleagues who stood with me throughout this period, and to thank God that yesterday the tribunal confirmed the mandate Abia North gave to me freely. Thank you very much. Eager to see Nigerians enjoying electricity power supply at the cheapest and most efficient cost possible. Is also aware that the cost of providing adequate gas-fired and hydro-powered electricity supply and infrastructure, even at the global minimum cost per unit megawatt, either in dollars or naira, remains one of the greatest impediments to the development of the power sector. The Senate is deeply concerned that approximately 30% of Nigerians' total population today have access to electricity supply, and with only 10% of the nation's rural households enjoying electricity coverage. To inform that the Rural Electrification Fund was established to specifically assist in the funding of the Rural Electrification Agency, REA, so as to achieve improvement of electricity supply coverage of households in the rural population of the nation. The Senate is also aware that the Electricity Power Sector Reform Act 2005, number 6, in establishing NEC, particularly charged the Commission in the use of these surplus funds to support the objectives of rural electrification, and in Section 53 of that Act, directs NEC to ensure that through its yearly audited accounts, it determines when a portion of funds received through its operational activities are surplus to its budgeted requirements, and cause such funds to be paid by the Commission to the Rural Electrification Fund as established under Part 9 of the Act, subject to the approval of the National Assembly. The Senate now worries that NEC has not fulfilled this function of transferring its yearly surplus from budgeted requirements to the Rural Electrification Fund so as to promote the objectives of the Rural Electrification Agency, REA, as established by the Act. And if this is done, we certainly raise the percentage level of households in Nigeria enjoying electricity supply above its present 10% coverage, and to the benefit of our rural citizens and the nation and the national economy. The Senate now therefore resolve, Mr. President, distinguished senator, to approve for the immediate transfer of NEC accrued surplus to the Rural Electrification Fund, REA. Mr. President, this motion does not require any debate, so I urge my colleagues to support, so that with the approval of this Senate, the fund will be transferred to REA Fund to enable coverage of the rural areas and to connect them to the national grid. That's just what this motion is all about. And once it's done, the NEC has already passed this, and once we pass this, because that's what NEC is waiting for, to transfer the surplus to the REA. And I believe that when our local areas, our communities are connected, we will be happy. Thank you very much. Mr. President, my name is Shola Adeoye, representing the virtuous people of Osho Central. I rise to second the motion so competently made by our distinguished brother, Senator Mao, especially knowing the urgency of the situation so that these people can be paid. I so second.
Distinguished colleagues, I think as Senator Mao said, the House has already passed this, and I think that I would like to just repeat the question. The question is to approve the immediate transfer of net accrued surpluses to the Rural Identification Fund. Those in favor of this prayer, as they say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. So thereby is to approve the immediate transfer of net accrued surpluses to the Rural Identification Fund. I thank Senator Marvin for bringing this up. I think, as he said, the House had already done this. When we met with the management, they raised this issue, but this was the only thing that was delaying the transfer of the funds. And I appreciate the experience by which our colleagues have treated this matter to go a long way in relieving our good people in the rural area. Okay. Leader of the Senate.
Mr. President, distinguished colleagues, the third order of the day is a motion requesting the Senate to consider the request of Mr. President, the Commander-in-Chief, for the confirmation of the nominations of the following persons as ministers of the government of the Federal Republic of Nigeria in accordance with Section 147(2) of the 1999 Constitution as amended. 1. Senator Udo Obama. 2. Dr. John Paode Fayemi. 3. Chief Ivy Ope. 4. Dr. Christopher Ogbonna-Emi. 5. Dr. Osagi Ahanire. 6. Lieutenant General Abdurrahman Dandazo retired. 7. Alhaji Lai Mohammed. 8. Amina Ibrahim Mohammed. 9. Engineer Suleiman Hussein Adamu. 10. Ibrahim Usman Jibril. Mr. President, distinguished colleagues, in order to carry out this assignment in conformity with our Standing Order 17 floor privileges, I will move 2 motions. First, I move that the Senate be resolved into Committee of the Whole to conduct the confirmation hearings. Mr. President, distinguished colleagues, with pleasure, I rise to support the motion that the Senate will consider the nominees as listed and read out to the floor of the Senate by the Senate leader, Committee of the Whole. I also support the second motion that is going to the Committee of the Whole. I so support.
Those in support of the motion that the Senate do consider the request of Mr. President for the confirmation of the nominees as listed for appointments and ministers of the government of the Federal Republic of Nigeria in accordance with Section 1472 of the 1999 Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria as amended in the Committee of the Whole, say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it.
Mr. President, secondly, I move that this Senate do admit the nominees and the special advisor to Mr. President on National Assembly matters, and of course, the chairman of the new Change Party and other national officers and former distinguished colleagues into the Senate chamber. Mr. President, even though I noticed that we were not interested in the second motion, I see rise to support it. that we do consider, this chamber do consider the admission of the chairman of the new party called Change. The new party called Change, as well as the nominees and the presidential advisors and assistants on National Assembly and matters to the Senate chambers. I so second. And also to suspend the rule. I so second. You shall change.
you, Minority Leader, by moving that, seconding that motion. Very, very well. I put the question, so colleagues, that the Senate do admit the nominees, the Special Advisor on National Assembly matters, and the Chairman of the APC, the ruling party, into the Senate chambers, and our former colleagues, those in favor, into the National Assembly, into the Senate chambers. Those in favor of this motion say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Order. Senator Abaribe. This is the Nigeria Television Authority coming to you live from the chambers of the Senate of the Federal Republic at the National Assembly. The event is no other but the 2015 Senate confirmation process for the ministerial nominees as presented by President Muhammadu Buhari to the Senate of the Federal Republic. The Senate has set aside some provisions of its rules to admit those persons or personalities who are not distinguished members of the Senate for this confirmation process. My name is Muhammad Kudu Abubakar. I will be on commentary with my colleague Abdullahi Garba Birnin Kudu.
Ahmad.
The National Chairman of the All Progressives Congress, APC, the special advisors to the National Assembly matters to the President in persons of Senator Itayanang and Alhaji Suleiman Kayu, and other dignitaries have rightly been admitted now into the Senate chambers for the commencement of this very important ministerial confirmation process. It is worthwhile to just go through the list of nominees, 10 nominees that we earlier announced to you that have already been slated for this confirmation process, or the commencement of this confirmation process. We have on the very first person to be called upon will be distinguished Senator Udoma Udoma from Cross River State. He had served in the Senate of the Federal Republic in the 4th and 5th Senates. He was Chairman Senate Committee on Appropriation in the 5th Senate, and after that he left the Senate and served in very high offices, including the chairmanship of the Securities and Exchange Commission, SEC. The very second person is Dr. John Kayode Fayemi, the immediate past governor of Ekiti State. The third on the list to be called is the former chairman of the People's Democratic Party, but now a chieftain of the All Progressives Congress, Chief Audu Ogbe. I'd like to know who is the number 4 on the list?
Actually, Muhammad, the next person is an astute politician, we can call him Dr. Christopher Ogbonnaya Onu, who was the former chairman of the defunct All Nigeria People's Party, one of the parties that merged to form the All Progressives Congress, APC. I
can see Senator Udoma now being called upon to take a bow, and he is actually bowing to the Senate for the commencement of the confirmation hearing. Senator Udoma,
Udoma is a distinguished personality, like we have said much earlier, and former chairman of the Securities and Exchange Commission, former distinguished senator of the Federal Republic. He served in 2 Senate sessions, the 4th and the 5th Senates, and he is ministerial nominee from Cross River State.
Welcome you to the chambers. At this time, if you would like to tell us name and brief introduction of yourself. We have your CV, so there is need not to talk at length on what you already have on CV, but there's something that you want to emphasize on, some things you also want to tell us. This is an opportunity to tell us some of these issues you want to highlight that are important. And also to tell us more, I think, since you left the chambers, all the other things you've been able to do, since we know some of the roles you played before then. You are welcome.
President said, what have I been doing? When I left this distinguished Senate in 2007, my intention was to concentrate on my professional and corporate interests. And I have to say with all modesty that things have gone quite well for me. I'm now the chairman of 2 iconic Nigerian institutions, UAC and Union Bank, as well as having been able to grow my law firm. So I haven't actually been involved in partisan politics for some time. So I was very surprised when the president nominated me to serve as a minister. I'm indeed honored and delighted to accept. And I'm honored for 3 reasons, and I will just go briefly. First, I'm inspired by the personal example of President Muhammadu Buhari. I'm impressed by his integrity, his abhorrence of corruption, his determination to run a transparent and accountable administration. So I was flattered, honored by his confidence in me, to call me to come and help. And I can assure Nigerians, if confirmed by the Senate, I will give my very, very best in the discharge of that very onerous responsibility. And let me say why I believe I have something to offer. I believe in all humility that my extensive private sector practice, my experience in motivating and managing large numbers of people, in setting objectives and meeting them, in cost management, in driving costs out of operations, and most importantly, in helping to restore and turn around moribund institutions. That is what I'm bringing from the private sector. But I also understand the way the public sector works. I was a pioneer, a member of this Senate. I served as chairman of the Appropriation Committee, subsequently as chief whip. Therefore, distinguished senators, I will not be going into government to begin to learn about the issues and problems. In short, I feel ready. I feel prepared to hit the ground running in tackling the challenges inherent in trying to bring about change in the public sector. Finally, distinguished senators, these are very, very difficult economic times for Nigeria. With the dramatic fall in the prices of crude oil, public sector finances are under pressure. Many states have difficulty in paying salaries. The naira is being buffeted. The values in the Nigerian Stock Exchange have been seriously eroded. These are difficult times. Times in which all Nigerians of goodwill must come together to work with Mr. President to salvage the situation. The elections are over. We must now all work together for the betterment of our country. As President Buhari himself said in 1983, this generation of Nigerians, and indeed future generations, have no country other than Nigeria. We shall remain here and salvage it together. So distinguished Senate President, distinguished Deputy Senate President, distinguished leaders, distinguished senators, it is for the reasons I have just set out that I appear this morning to seek your confirmation to serve as a minister of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Thank you very much.
And Mr. Nominee, thank you for what you've said. We've heard. Going through your CV, we noticed your experience, as you said, being in the private sector and also 2 terms in this respective chamber. And I'm sure with that experience. My question was really to throw some light to your experience and share with us the kind of policies you think you will push to improve foreign and direct investment in Nigeria. Because I see in your CV you talked about investment law and problems relating to the control and regulation of foreign investment in Nigeria. And in these difficult times, I'm sure that will be of great value.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. In order to turn this economy around, we cannot rely solely on public sector investment, because public sector is limited by the price of crude oil. That is a fact. So we have to stimulate the private sector. In order to do that, we must improve the enabling environment for private sector investment. Right now, Nigeria is ranked 170 out of 189 in terms of ease of doing business. We have to address those issues. We have to look at the ease of things like conveyancing, property, titling. We have to look at even the various policies. For instance, the policies for manufacturing. There has to be consistency. We have to, ahead of time, let people know what our plans are, because what investors want is consistency. They don't like chopping and changing. You must tell them what your plans are, you must listen to them, and you must make adjustments to accommodate investment. Right now, Nigeria has about 20% our investment rate is 20% of GDP. The UNDP have indicated that for us to achieve a 10% growth, which is the target that President Buhari set in his election campaign, for us to achieve that, we have to increase our investment rate to well over 30%. To do that, we have to provide very many things in terms of the enabling environment. But I can go into a lot of detail about that. We have, for instance, EPZs. I actually chaired a committee that looked at this particular issue and looked at what incentives. We have to look at, for instance, things like tax-free policies have not really worked. So we have to review that. We have to look at our tax policies. So there's quite a lot that we have to do. And I'm ready to help in designing it. And because I am coming from the private sector, I speak their language, I understand them, and I understand their needs. Thank you.
Senator Udoma Udoma.
are aware that we've worked on a number of reform issues, one of which is the issue of the PIB bill. Now that we are going to be part of the government, what will be your advice in terms of pursuing the ideas of that bill and to ensure that it is processed and passed to the benefit of Nigerians? The second question is regarding the last political conference. Nigerians met and agreed on a number of issues. Now, what would be your advice regarding the implementation of those recommendations contained in that document? Thank you.
The single sector, if you can answer those questions. If you answer those few questions, yes. Yeah.
Okay. Ashaban, answer the question. Okay, let me. All right. Let me. Okay, let me just quickly answer the one about the PIB. Let me answer quickly the one about the PIB. I think it. What should I do?
Distinguished colleagues, Mr. President, distinguished colleagues, Mr. President, yes, Mr. President, distinguished colleagues, Mr. President, I think the wish of the distinguished colleagues should be allowed. That is for the distinguished senator to take a bow and go. Thank you. Is it the wish of the President? I come to second. Every day by the majority leader. Yes. That the wish of the Senate, the need of the Senate, is that this gentleman of honor, who is almost like Mr. President in terms of his secretary, should take a bow. I take a bow. Is it the wish of his colleagues that our colleague said the Ministerial Committee cannot take a bow? The Senator can take a bow. So much you
two nominated by we are not just anymore. We are on concerts. We are
telling them the revenue and the areas he thinks needed intervention in governance. They said he should take a bow. Distinguished Senator Udoma there exchanged messages with another ministry nominee, Kayode Fayemi, the immediate past governor of Ekiti State. It appears he is the second on the ministerial list to take the podium. Dr. John Kayode Fayemi, ministerial nominee from Ekiti State, will be called upon to take the podium any moment from now. Abdullah Bulukudu, what do you know about Dr. Kayode Fayemi?
Dr. Kayode Fayemi can be regarded as a strategist because of the role he played during the presidential campaign of General Muhammad Buhari. He handled the basic issue of strategizing toward the campaign as an immediate governor of Ekiti State. He was born in Ibadan, Oyo State, February 9, 1965. He became governor of Ekiti State in 2010. And how when he handled this, when he took the medical
Mr. Obi said he's a strategist, a public affairs person, a civil society person, and a former executive governor, and someone who has a PhD in war studies. Everybody, and a fellow of the Center for
Senators, Federal Republic.
The credit of the administration that in 2013 the UNDP Human Development Report described the state as the most conducive place to live in and the one with the highest life expectancy in Nigeria, 55 years. Before serving as governor in Ekiti State, Mr. President had a long and varied career in academia, in journalism, in consultancy, and as an advisor to various governments and international organizations, particularly the government of Rwanda and Uganda, and Sierra Leone and Liberia, as well as in the peace process in Sri Lanka, engaging the Tamils and the government in Sri Lanka. I, of course, have also played very critical roles in the quest to my party winning the election that produced our president in March 2015. I was responsible with the support of the leadership of the party for the historic presidential primaries in Lagos on December 10, 2014 that produced our president. I was also responsible for the policy research directorate of the party, which played critical roles in the development of the manifesto of the party, as well as the policies and programs of the party. I continue to consider myself primarily as a teacher and a researcher, which is my occupation, and I'm a politician by vocation. Of course, prior to all this period, I was also quite involved in the struggle for freedom and democracy in this country. I used to run what was known as an underground radio in the Abacha days, Radio Kudirat and Radio Freedom. And I'm glad that our country is now in the dawn of a new era. We have democracy, and we also actually have democracy with Democrats, those who are involved in that struggle to establish a new order in our country. And I'm delighted to be before this August Senate. Thank you.
Thank you very much. My name is Shola Adeyeye. I represent the Central Senatorial District of the state of Osun. I have two questions for the nominee. The newspapers are awash with sharp criticism of your tenure as governor. One of them is that you left a very heavy burden for your state. All of us should be concerned that your tenure in the national government will not result in an equally heavy burden if the allegation was true. And the second allegation is that you spent untoward amount of money to furnish the government house when you were governor at the expense of other programs for your people? Nigerians are interested in your answering these questions.
Senator Shehu.
Dr. Faidu, I have only one question for you. As part of your resume, you made mention of your role in the operation of Radio Kudirat. And I know very well that you have some few colleagues here who were part of your illegal radio station. But I have this question. When you were, before you get out to run that radio station, we were all in the field. And there was an allegation that you passed through non-conventional borders and escaping out of Nigeria at that time. When most of us were in prison. So, like me, I was in one of the prisons, at Kirikiri prison. So please, can you explain that scenario of what happened at that time? Thank you.
Senator Ndiba.
Mr. President, most distinguished colleagues, my name is Senator Andrew, representing only the good people of Anambra South, Senatorial Zone. Mr. Nominee, my question is, the educational system in Nigeria is in a state of emergency. If you are made the Minister of Education, how will you rescue the educational system that is in trouble? Number two, in regards to foreign policy of Nigeria, what do you think should be the role of Nigeria in the crisis all over the world, especially Burundi? Thank you. Especially Burundi, problem they have in Burundi.
So let me take these three questions in.
Thank you, Mr. President. I want to thank Senator Shalabiye for the question on the debt burden in Ekiti State. I'd like to start by stating the obvious, that government in any state, and indeed in our country, is a continuum. You cannot run government in isolation of what you found. When I became governor in Ekiti State in October 2010, the state was understandably saddled with outstanding obligations, partly because the governor at the time, Governor Segun Oni, did not envisage that he was going to leave office, and clearly he couldn't have settled all obligations in the wake of his exit. So I met obligations in excess of 30 billion to banks, to contractors, to a range of people that government owed. And I took it in my stride, completed virtually all the projects started by the Oni administration, paid off the bulk of the outstanding obligations to contractors, and then moved on as governor with my own responsibility and my own promises to the people of Ekiti State. Now, Ekiti is number 35 on the revenue ladder of this country, with an average of 3 billion naira income on a monthly basis, and a wage bill in the region of about 2.4 billion every month. So if you have a state that has found itself in that situation Of course, the immediate way to respond to it is to find means to meet the promises made to the citizens of the state. And I did that. Of course, I used my relationship with the international community, particularly development agencies, and Ekiti was able to raise a lot of funds. Probably per capita, Ekiti raised more funding than many states in the country from institutions like the World Bank, like the European Union, DFID, USAID. They all came into the state to help. I also, because I made promises about capital projects, I also approached the capital market and raised a bond of 25 billion naira to meet the infrastructural development initiative in the state. And the result is there for all to see. Whether you talk of the revival of the moribund industries in Ekiti State, or you talk of the revival of the tourism attraction Ikogosi water resorts, or you talk of other regenerative initiatives like the Ekiti State Pavilion, the Ekiti Parapet Square, and the road network in the state, which has significantly improved from what I met there. I borrowed, but it is not in the range of what has been bandied about. And thankfully, in the wake of the discussions around the bailout, the Debt Management Office came out with the figure that Ekiti State is owing, which is independently verifiable, and put it at 18.5 billion. Now, when you consider what I said about what I met, the region of 30 billion, what I borrowed, and what is outstanding, then you can understand, most distinguished senator, that Ekiti couldn't have done better than it has done. And everything that I did was not even to the detriment of other initiatives. We still ran our free education, free and compulsory education program throughout my tenure in office. Ekiti is rated as having one of the best healthcare services in the country today. A recent report by the Nigerian Health Watch just brought that out. In infrastructure development, we did all we could to improve the level of the life of our people. But by far the most heartwarming for me in what I did as governor was the social security benefit scheme that I put in place for the elderly, in which we pay 5,000 naira to the most indigent elderly in our state. And I'm glad that my party has now adopted that framework and is going to be a national program now. So, true, we borrowed. I don't know any state that doesn't borrow. I also do not know any country. The United States that we all talk about is the most indebted nation in the world. But it is always important not to use short-term funding in order to support long-term projects. I did not borrow to pay salaries. I borrowed for capital projects. And the result is there for all Ekiti to see today. You also mentioned, sir, your second question was about my using the hard-earned resources of the state to build a government house. Yes, I built a government house for the people of Ekiti. Ekiti is today 19 years old, one of the youngest states in the country, but it never had a befitting. In fact, it never had a government house. Anyone who had the opportunity to visit me when I was governor in Ekiti would know the pokey-choky place I was staying in, where you couldn't even have a meeting of my entire cabinet or my state assembly if I wanted to do that. It was a 2-bedroom apartment. And I felt Ekiti had a duty. We're not a second-class state, distinguished senator. we also believe that we have a duty to be respected and regarded in the Committee of State. I mean, I go to Akwa Ibom, where my former brother, my current brother, the former governor, was the governor. And, I mean, you can also confirm what you see when you go to that state. Of course, we're not an oil state. I was recently in Kaduna State to see my brother, the governor, and I saw what was put there as the government house. The government house I built in Ekiti is a multi-purpose house. It's an office for the governor, it's a banquet hall, it's a residence for the first citizen of the state. And there's nothing that I put in the government house in Ekiti that I walked away with. When I stopped being governor, everything there was left intact. Now you talk about furniture. I have also read, and many Nigerians have read, about 50 million naira bed. Anyone who knows me as an individual and knows my passion for frugality will know that I will not purchase a 50 million naira bed. There is no 50 million naira bed in the Ekiti State House. And I challenge anyone to bring an invoice of even a bed that is 1.5 million naira in the Ekiti State House. I am not someone given to irresponsible behavior. The Ekiti State House is a legacy project. It's going to be there in 100 years. And it's going to be a tourism attraction for people apart from the residents of that distinguished house. So I did not spend money irresponsibly on it. It cost 2.5 billion naira. It's probably the cheapest government house in this country today. And I know there are distinguished senators who can attest to that. Senator Shehu, well, it's wonderful to see you, sir, in this hallowed chambers. Non-conventional borders. To be perfectly honest with you, sir, I have no idea of non-conventional borders. I've always gone in and come out of Nigeria through legal borders. If there are non-conventional borders, then clearly it's a challenge to us as a government to ensure that we monitor them closely and ensure that illegal activities are not conducted through these places. But yes, I know there are 1,000 several ungoverned boundaries in Nigeria and in the border posts. And we should, and I'm taking it beyond what you have said, especially in the light of insurgency and all the other challenges we're dealing with, we need to pay more attention to our border posts and ensure that they're better protected so that the citizens of our country can also be better protected. Distinguished Senator Andiuba, you asked about the educational system in Nigeria if I become education minister. Well, I have no idea. Let me first clarify that I haven't been given a portfolio. I don't know whether I will be. But as a teacher and an academic, I should be able to say something about the educational system in our country. And I see a number of challenges with our educational system. One is confusion in policy itself around what it is that our educational system is meant to achieve. And because of that particular problem, we have problems in enrollment. And the problems of enrollment do not always match the career needs of the country. So there's a mismatch between what you expect a body like the National Manpower Commission to do in terms of projecting to the future. What are the gaps? What areas are we going to be needing people to go into careers, particularly in the technical and vocational segment of our educational system? We have not been able to do well in that. And enrollment is still a problem. Only 10% of our pupils go through early child education in this country. About 80% go to primary school, but surprisingly only half of that proceed to secondary school. And even just 10% manage to gain places in our university. If you look at the last JAMB documentation, about 1.7 million people sit for JAMB, competing for less than 500,000 places. And we clearly need to ensure that our national university system responds to this. Right now, it doesn't, because it is a regulator and also an operator. You cannot regulate and operate at the same time and expect the best results to come out of that. I believe that we need to do something about our curriculum. We need to do another thing about teacher quality. Many people will chuckle when I talk about teacher quality, knowing the tough battles that I waged with teachers in Ekiti State on the quality of teaching in our state. But I don't think our country should make any apology about that. I am a product of public school education. I never went to a private school. And to that extent, we owe it a duty in this country to make public school education attractive and also rein in the practice in private sector education to ensure that it is in line with what obtains with what we want to see from our children. So, one, there's a teacher quality problem. Two, there's a problem of mismatch between career needs and the professions we train people for. Three, we need to do something about curriculum. And four, we need to do something about enrollment, particularly in the northern part of our country. If we are able to tackle all these issues, we will begin to address the problems that we have in our education sector. You asked about foreign policy. What do I think we should do about reform in the foreign policy sector? Distinguished Senator, our foreign policy sector can be categorized into three broad phases. We have the early post-independence years in which our foreign policy was largely conservative and we were not really very clear what we should be doing. And then you have the post-Civil War phase of our foreign policy in which we became much more ambitious. That's when we started getting more involved in peacekeeping operations, and that's when we actually clearly defined what our foreign policy should achieve. The Adedeji Pioneers Report in '75 did that, and it clearly talked about the decolonization agenda, and we are very active in the anti-apartheid struggle. We are also very active in the peacekeeping operations. But when we really look at that period in which we gained a lot of prominence in foreign policy and earned our kudos by becoming a frontline state in South Africa, you will notice that it was more of a Father Christmas foreign policy in which we never got much in return for what we invested in foreign policy. And that was something that the third phase attempted to correct under President Obasanjo from 1999. We had a much more pragmatic foreign policy agenda, and that's when we were campaigning for debt relief, which we got, and we were tying our needs in the country to our foreign policy agenda. But that's the primary problem. Right now, our domestic agenda does not really drive our foreign policy, and we need to make sure that we get it to drive it. We also need to reform the bureaucracy in our foreign ministry and synergize it with other parts of our government, particularly trade and investment and defense and security. We also must do a lot in ensuring that our foreign policy academic institutions, NIA, the Institute for Policy and Conflict Research, and the National Intelligence Agency are broadly aligned with the agenda of our foreign policy in the country. Finally, the current government is doing a lot positively in this direction, in recognizing that our first line of defense is our neighbors, and that we must start doing something about what is happening in our neighboring country. After that, our sub-region. After that, Africa, and then the world. And we need to also begin to move and balance our interests. between the West, which we traditionally relate to, and the BRICS country, Brazil, Russia, India, China, who also have increasing engagement in our country. You asked about Burundi. We all know the reason for the current crisis in Burundi. I am not an advocate of third-termism. And if there is something that the Nigerian leadership can do, and what we've learned from peaceful transition of power in this country, we should try as much as possible to also sell that to other countries without moralizing, but ensuring that alternation of power is the best way to deepen democracy, not perpetuation of power. Thank you.
Distinguished colleagues, Dr. Kaiser, I have one question for you. I observed that in the publications you made, there is a particular one that impressed me most. That is poverty eradication in Nigeria, public policy and forward growth. As you rightly know, poverty is one of the most serious challenges in Nigeria. Recently, the Vice President of this country made a declaration that over 70% of Nigerians are poor. And the poor are getting poorer, the richer are getting richer every day. This Senate chamber would like to share your thoughts on how we can minimize or eradicate poverty in Nigeria. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator George Sikibu.
Your Excellency, I am Senator George Thompson Sekiwo, CON. Mr. Former Governor, today I'm happy I'm seeing you as a very vibrant young person. I used to love reading about you. I have just two questions. The leading question which our friend gave to you, I know, is crafted to enable you come out of Ekiti State. You have come out. Now, having come out from that one, just one more question from Ekiti State. When you were governor in that state, what was the internally generated revenue value like? And when you left, how much did you drive it along? What was it when you left? Question number two. Considering the human and economic potential of this country, but with a very serious dwindling financial resources now, what advice will you give to the executive cabinet if you are confirmed a minister on how to improve on our revenue in basis? What parameters so that one day we will also become a bit self-sufficient economically? Final question. That's the third one. As a former governor of a state, you have managed human problems, especially the problem of unemployment. Of course, that is a major burden on the country. What do you think we need to do as a country to provide opportunities for employment for the teeming population? Very simple questions. Thank you very much.
Senator Boniface.
Thank you, Mr. President. Dr. Fayemi, let me congratulate you on your nomination. Now, one of the problems confronting this country is security. We have the problem of insurgency, which has caused us billions Ask about employment. We also have cases of kidnapping. Recently, another such man was kidnapped right in his farm. And we have a situation where there's rise in militancy from cultural organizations. With your passion for security, if you find yourself in the Ministry of Internal Affairs,
what will be the security policy which you are going to promote? Thank you.
Can you answer this question, sir?
Thank you. Yes, thank you, Mr. President. Sincerely, I'm actually very grateful for your question on poverty. Poverty is clearly deep in our country, and the Vice President was right when he made that statement. If you look at our manifesto, we put it at a figure of 110 million Nigerians who live below the $2 a day mark in our country. And it is a swan song every time we talk about poverty, but we do not quite fundamentally resolve all the issues associated with poverty. Poverty is not inevitable though. We have experience of countries around the world that have lifted the people out of poverty. The good example of China and Brazil resonate very strongly with many of us. Our problem, distinguished senator, is not really just poverty. Poverty is deep, as I said. It is inequality. It is the chasm, the gap between the mindlessly rich and the hopelessly poor. You cannot have progress in any country where 1% of the population control 80% of the resources. It's a monitor cocktail for crisis. My own idea, and not exhaustive, on how to deal with this problem is structural. I think our government is too concentrated at the center, and we need to begin to redress that question fundamentally. The manifesto of our party talks strongly about devolution. But I'm not talking of decentralization of power without addressing corruption even at the lower level. Because corruption is not just at the center. Corruption is also in the local government and the states. But if we devolve powers to the lower level, the communities and the concern will take ownership, and they will hold the leaders much more accountable for the resources of the state. And Nigeria is a good example of that. The First Republic of Nigeria shows us very clearly how the resources of northern Nigeria, the eastern Nigeria, and the western Nigeria was managed to effectively deliver to the people. The second issue to tackle, which I believe our government is taking headlong, is corruption. There's no two ways about it, that the amount of leakages in the system in our country is unacceptable, and we need to do something fundamental about it. And leadership by example would have to be where to start. We need to reduce significantly the recurrent expenditure in our country. We also need to ensure that crime is linked to sanctions so that impunity will not continue to drive the country deeper and deeper into poverty. I think if we begin to address this and diversify our economy from a monoproduct that we've all concentrated on, which is now facing challenges around the world,
in Nigeria. But it is achievable. It is surmountable. And I believe that our government will make a significant dent on the poverty situation in Nigeria. Senator Sekibo, thank you for the question. You asked about IGR in Ekiti State. When I became governor in Ekiti State, the IGR in the state was 109 million naira a month. 109 million naira a month. And we drove that up to about 500, 600 million a month. Towards the end, when we started experiencing economic challenges, reduction in oil price, and a whole range of difficulties, by the time I left office, it's come to about 350, 400 million a month. We, as a state, should be doing better than that. And we are already on track to achieving that by diversifying our dependency on federal allocation. And I believe that if the government that is there continues on that trajectory, we would be making a lot more positive impact on generating internal revenues. You also asked, what do we do about unemployment in the state and what lessons can we pass on? Again, we did some of what we are also planning to do here. If you look at the I'm sorry, you're not an APC senator, but you don't want to be, okay, sir. Yeah. If you look at our manifesto, sir, you will see what we have there called the Job Seekers Allowance. We actually did something like that in Ekiti. We had a youth empowerment scheme that paid graduates who are in search of employment after their youth service a certain amount of money, 10,000 naira every month, to really be utilized in the various segments of our economy: traffic management, environmental sanitation, office work, teaching, and so on and so forth. We did that, and we were also supported by the World Bank in that scheme. And I believe that's one of the ways to temporarily deal with the problem, but also enable those who have come out of university to gain additional skills, because majority of our graduates, I'm sorry to say, don't have workplace skills. They have education, but they don't necessarily have workplace skills, which they need in order to make improvements. But we did additional things. We also had what we call Youth in Commercial Agriculture program, in which we supported graduates in the states who are interested in agriculture to clear their land, to give them the land actually free, 10 hectares averagely per graduate who benefited from the scheme, and to also link them to marketers, particularly in cassava, in cocoa, and in our major staples in Ekiti State. In addition to that, we began to diversify our students' education, the curriculum, by focusing a lot more on technical education and then on ICT. We provided computers for our students in secondary schools to ensure that they have additional skills that they could then utilize outside. How do we, your last question relates to, Senator Boniface, security, insurgency, kidnapping, and if I find myself in the Ministry of Internal Affairs, what would be the security policy that I will push? Again, I come from a human security school of thought, which defines security in a much more holistic manner and does not see solution simply in a military or law and order form. And that is why when you talk about Boko Haram, as you've mentioned, it's an insurgency that has ravaged our country, led to a significant loss of lives, and
we are beginning to undo the external dimension of it. But development is freedom. If we're tough on terror, we also have to be tough on the causes of terror. What propelled an innocent 14-year-old to become a suicide bomber? Those are questions we need to ask ourselves. And you will discover that majority of these people form part of the 10.5 million out-of-school children that we have in Nigeria. So we have a social response to that we must put in place, in addition to a law and order response. The second problem that I see, which our internal security needs to address, is our criminal justice system. People don't get punished for crimes. You can count on the number of your fingers the number of people who have been convicted for insurgency-related crimes in Nigeria in the last 10 years of this intense activity. And we need to let people know that there's a deterrent and that if you commit a crime, you will be punished. But it's not just in insurgency that we have this problem. If you look at the number of people detained in Nigeria awaiting trial because they have not been taken through the court system, it's even more than the people who have been convicted in Nigeria. Our prison system is saturated with people who have been failed by lack of access to justice. And an internal security system must have a direct linkage between prosecution, the court system, and the law enforcement agencies in a manner that can ensure that each and every one of them coordinate their activities for effective delivery of justice. And we need to do that. I would suggest, if I were in internal affairs, or in interior as you call it, I would suggest that police should also be part of that ministry. I would suggest that immigration should be in that ministry. I would suggest that civil defense should be in that ministry. And I would probably move prisons from that ministry and take prisons to the Ministry of Justice so that it can be much more effectively coordinated and accountable to the citizens of Nigeria. Those are a few things that I would like to say about internal security. Thank you.
You may wish. Continue. Mr. President, you may wish to invite the minority leader to second my motion that the nominee takes a bow and go.
Senator Minority Leader.
Mr. President, the majority leader has already moved a motion that the nominee should the nominee not necessarily take a bow. He has spoken for over 1 hour. So taking a bow will not have meaning. Well, he has removed the motion, and I have no option than to second that motion. However, let me utilize the privilege of being a senator in the red chamber while seconding this motion to point out just an observation, no longer a question, that the nominee in front of us not going to be eloquent, not going to be a good teacher, not only is a former governor, but he also has a PhD in war courage, in war studies, and he's been fantastic in moving governments. He sent out radio Kudirat, he sent out the military, he was able to plot the removal of the PDP government in the state under Governor Oni. And he was also able to strategize.
Are you seconding the motion?
And he was able to strategize to remove the PDP government that was doing so well in his opinion from 1999. However, I hope that now that the nominee is able to enunciate, elucidate, explain most of the politics that he intends to do, that this government is safe with the kind of qualifications you have. I hear that, and on that note, I hear that second the motion that you are here.
Thank you, Minority Leader, for record purposes you second the motion. I put the wish of our colleagues, Kayode Fayemi, do take a bow. Is that the wish of our colleagues? Yes. Kayode Fayemi, do take a bow. Those in favor that Kayode takes a bow, say aye. Those against, say no. Kayode take a bow.
John Kayode Fayemi there from Ekiti State is one of the former state executives on the ministerial list. Born in Ibadan 1965, he was governor of Ekiti State from 2010 to 2014 with a PhD in defense studies with specialty in threat to war, and said he's from the humanities theories of war studies. The very next ministerial nominee is the indefatigable Chief Audu Ogbe. He is now bowing to the Senate to take the podium. Born on July the 28th, 1947 in Otukpo, Benue State of Idoma background, Audu Innocent Ogbe is a former national chairman of the People's Democratic Party. He attended King's College Lagos, the Ahmadu Bello University Zaria, and the University of Toulouse in France.
Mr. Nominee,
he has lectured at the Institute of Education, Ahmadu Bello University Zaria, and headed the Department of Humanities, Murtala College of Arts and Science and Technology.
That you want to emphasize?
Chief Audu Ogbe was Deputy Speaker of the Benue State House of Assembly in the Second Republic on the platform of the National Party of Nigeria, and thereafter in the Second Republic he became a Federal Minister of Communications.
The distinguished Senate President, Your Excellency, the distinguished Deputy Senate President, Your Excellency, the Leader of the House, distinguished Senators of the Federal Republic, it is a pleasure and a privilege to be standing before you this afternoon. I am Audu Ogbe, a farmer who has reacted and interacted with many of you in the past. Some of the issues which are of very great concern to me and have remained so for a while are the problems confronting this country today in the sectors of the economy and education. While we were a long time ago, like 15 years ago, I had the opportunity of giving a talk to politicians in Kaduna, mostly of northern extraction. And I had reason to warn that we are going to witness violence on a scale not yet known in our recent history. I said that violence was going to be caused by declining economic fortunes, alienation of the youth, and the hopelessness of the younger generation. As a result, people felt that maybe I wasn't right, but Boko Haram followed. Today, we really have to do more on the economy, deal with the issues of interest rates,
the issue of the status of our universities, most of them have become now intellectual ghettos because the hostels are so poor that in rooms where I stayed alone, we now have 9 undergraduates. Many live across the campus and they face severe trials and so on. Since I was last in government, I have been practicing agriculture. I've gone around many parts of the world to see what they do and what we do and why they succeed and why we fail. And I think it's time for us, now that oil and gas are no longer able to sustain this economy, to create jobs and sustain our people, with our population heading high up, 200 million in 5 years, and by 2050, 450 million Nigerians will need to feed them, because the stomach is the most powerful engine of anger and contentment. The Senate President, therefore, these are the issues which concern me and which I've been very worried about. And I'd like to say one thing. I have read in newspapers reactions about my candidature. I want to say to Nigerians that I'm not here because I'm looking for anything new. I'm here because the President of my country has deemed it fit to ask me to serve in his cabinet. And I assure you, I wouldn't come here if I didn't believe I could do it. I thank you very much for listening.
Senator Wabakuma.
Mr. Senate President, my colleagues, my names are Aliyu Maga Takarda Wamako. I'm representing the Tunos Central Constituency of the State of Nigeria. Mr. Nominee, sir, I have 2 questions to ask. One, you are a minister in the second...
Order, gentlemen, order.
You are the minister in the Second Republic and a chief minister for that matter. What are you going to do in 2015 as a minister to make Nigerians believe that the change they are yearning for is by the corner? 2, as an expert in agriculture, and having come from the north, which has all it takes to make agriculture the most audacious economy as a way of addressing extreme poverty and unemployment as well as crime in this country, what would you suggest, or what policy would you pursue in the event you are posted as a minister of agriculture in this country? Thank you, Mr. President.
Let me 3 questions in one. Senator Abdullahi Adamu.
Senatorial district. Part of my first question was addressed by the distinguished senator who asked a question before me, a question that had to do with agriculture. The only thing I want to add on to this question is, what is it, from your personal experience, what is it we are doing wrongly as a country in promoting agriculture to the next level? My second question is not so much on agriculture. It has to do with the type of education our children receive. And most of them are stating that students that will come out the whatever teaching for them are not explored. And how can you advise the President
Thank you, Mr. President. I remain Emmanuel Boacha, I represent Taraba South. Ordinarily, I would have requested that our elder statesman should take a bow, but Nigerians will want to know from his vast wealth of experience in the agricultural sector. Just a very quick question. My chairman, the agri sector is today, once the chairman is always the chairman.
No, you can leave the party for a better one.
Mr. President, my question to the nominee is, the agricultural sector was adjudged as one of the sectors that had fared very well in the last administration. What would be your comment about the success of the wallet system, a component of the growth enhancement scheme in the last administration, which was introduced by the president of the African Development Bank? Then number two, go on. I will do a follow-up. Now, the second question is, you are seen to be a very principled person and a highly respected Nigerian. And I'm asking this question also as a member of the Choir of a Kingdom. We do not take no when it is supposed to be yes. Can you share with us, is it true that you were forced under gunpoint to resign as national chairman of the PDP?
Senator James Manager.
Your Excellency, Mr. President of the Senate, seated as chair,
You can't talk again now.
my highly respected colleagues, James Manager, Delta South. Mr. Nominee, the question I'm about to ask is very deliberate. And it's on record in my life that I came into this place for the first time in 2003 when you were the national chairman of the party.
Which party?
Of PDP. If you were not that principled, I wouldn't have succeeded. It's on record. But the question I want to ask is this, sir, and I remain very grateful to you, my national chairman in those days. Nigerians are very gullible, the political class. People change political parties at will, sometimes in 4 years, 4 times. And I knew you to be a highly principled person. The non-Nigerians who are not practicing politics are confused. It is like a very big problem in the political system. It's not growing at all. It's getting worse by the day. So, Mr. Chairman, sir, what do you think is wrong? And what can be done for us to have a stable system where people will live where they are and the following system?
Can answer those?
The civil senators. Let me thank the civil senator James Manager for your compliments. Let me also quickly say that party movements happen everywhere. I don't know if many of you recognize that Mr. Ronald Reagan, who became US president, was actually a Democrat, but contested on the platform of the Republicans and became president. I don't know how many of you will remember that one time British Prime Minister who ran Britain through the war actually changed parties thrice. Churchill. So this happens, especially in emerging democracies. Ours is about, what, 16 years old. These movements will carry on for a while for two reasons. First, the question of internal democracy in the party is a serious matter. Two, the tendency of the party to surrender authority to the president or governor in the state is harmful. Unless and until people are strong enough to say, this is not right, I won't do it, anger and frustration will continue to push people around. But I believe as we mature, these things will come to an end gradually. I'll go to the first question put by Senator Wamako. You asked if, as minister in 1983, I had anything new to add to the doctrine or to the principle of change which we stand for. I must tell you this. Since I left there, I've been in school, not in any classroom, but in the school of life, traveling around the world, especially looking at issues of agriculture, how other countries succeed and why we fail. And that then brings me to the question by Senator Abla Adamu. What are we doing wrong here? First, we have the worst seeds to plant on the farms. There are no seed companies here, only one or two. So a family in Zimbabwe does 10 tons of maize per hectare. A Nigerian farmer does 2 tons. The farmer in Nebraska does 18 tons of maize per hectare. The Nigerian farmer does 2 tons, 2.5. A cow in Nigeria gives you 1 liter of milk per day. A cow in Zimbabwe or Uganda gives you 15 liters of milk. And a cow anywhere in Europe gives you 40 liters of milk per day. What is the problem? Breed and nutrition. So what can we do? We simply have to go back to the drawing boards. First, there must be an extension office in every local government in this country teaching farmers how to plant. Making sure the seeds they plant are the best quality. Making sure that they know how to harvest without too much stress. Because those feeding us are these peasants who are actually subsidizing our stomachs. And they are the poorest people in the country. We must have these extension centers teaching people how to organize fish farms and produce, how to grow chicken. We spend almost $22 billion a year importing food. And now that oil revenues have dropped, this country is in serious danger. If in 35 years' time, most of us in here, but we have children and grandchildren, we have a population of 450 million, the third most populated country in the world, we are in very serious trouble indeed. So investment in agri, and the other issue which is affecting agriculture is this problem of interest rates. This country today has probably among the highest interest rates in the world. China 6.5%, Europe 4%, the United States 3.5%, Japan 2.5%, Nigeria 26 to 35%. Now, unless you are in crime, in other words, producing cocaine or something equally harmful, how on earth do you invest at 35% and make profit? And if that doesn't change, every one of us in this room is in danger. I don't know how many text messages we receive each day with account numbers to send help. And how much do you really earn? Outside there, they accuse the Senate and House of Reps of jumbo salaries. None of them knows what pressure you go through, and it's not something you can publish. That's because of poverty downstream. We really have to work hard and stabilize agriculture.
From this side of the act, Mr. President, want to do the question that Zimbabwe being a nation was the king.
Say aye. Who is against? You cannot take a bow.
The distinguished senators and Nigerians in general have now had a glimpse of Chief Innocent Audu Ogbe with his ideas about how to revolutionize agriculture in Nigeria, starting from the issue of multiplication of quality seeds. He gave example of how a Zimbabwean farmer has variety of seeds to work with, to plant and to multiply in his farm, whereas in Nigeria this is one of the deficits of our agriculture. Chief Audu Ogbe is a former national chairman of the People's Democratic Party, a chieftain and founding member of the All Progressives Congress, and was Deputy Speaker of the Benue State House of Assembly in the Second Republic, and later became Minister of Communications and Minister of Still Development. His time in office as chairman of the PDP ended in December 2005. Chief Audu Ogbe is now been followed immediately by former chairman of the defunct All Nigeria People's Party, which is one of the legacy parties that are metamorphosed and merged into the All Progressives Congress. I'm talking of Dr. Ogbonnaya Onu. Dr. Onu is the next ministerial nominee that is now acknowledging or bowing to the senators before he takes the podium to take questions from distinguished senators of the Federal Republic. Born on December 1st, 1951,
Dr. Oni, we have all received your CV. We would like you to say a few words about yourself. If there are areas in the CV you would like to highlight, if there are parts in the CV that has been omitted, and after that we'll ask you a few questions.
Most distinguished Senate President, distinguished senators, I feel very honored to stand on the sacred chamber of the Senate of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. I must start by thanking you for the work that you are doing for our great country. As I look around, I see so many distinguished men and women who have done so much in their previous careers before coming to serve as senators. Mr. Senate President, since you have my CV, I think I shouldn't say so much about myself, but rather to mention that our great nation, Nigeria, is passing through very serious challenges. And this time calls for all Nigerians, men and women, to put their differences aside and come together to work to position Nigeria to play the role that God has destined for us. We remain the most populous black nation on earth. The resources we have in our country are enormous. Nigeria is a rich nation. There is therefore no reason for Nigerians to be poor. There are so many abnormalities in our country. Today we have over 10 million of our children out of school. We produce crude oil, yet we import petroleum products. We have fertile land, yet we import a great lot of the food that we eat. We export wood, and yet we import toothpicks. This time calls for everybody to fold his or her sleeves and get to work. And that is why, Mr. Senate President, distinguished senators, I feel very happy if you confirm me so that I can join you and other Nigerians to find solutions to these problems, because Nigeria will be great again.
Mr. Senate President, I am Chukwuka Otaze. I represent the good people of Enugu North Central District of Enugu State. I want to welcome Robonyono to the Senate, and I want to ask if eventually the Senate or the Kodesh Senate confirms your appointment, what do you think you are going to do for power generation in this country? It is taken for granted in all developed economies around us that electricity is a common thing, is a basic necessity. You don't struggle for it, just like you don't look for phone. You know, to make when telephone in this country used to be a status symbol. In other countries, we pass through that passage and we are here now. The same, the thing we suffered with the telephone is still what we are suffering with electricity. We are saying that the private sector, the economy of this country should be private sector driven. How can it be private sector driven when you don't have the basic need that industries need in order to even to do anything or to do something? We are having unemployment. Many people are graduating every year. In fact, it's a time bomb that is about to explode if we don't do anything. How do you think that if you become a member of the Federal Executive Council, that you can bring ideas that can touch this issue and solve these basic problems so that Nigeria can move, so that Nigerians, the industries, instead of taking flights out of this country, will return because of the problems they're having with energy. I'm done, Mr. President.
Senator Samayan.
Thank you, Mr. President, distinguished colleagues. My name is Senator Sam, and I represent Imo East in Imo State. My question is very simple. Mr. Nominee, do you think that the non-inclusion of Nigerian youths in the ministerial nomination by Mr. President is in order? Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Kabuga.
Thank you, Mr. President. My distinguished colleagues, I'm Kabiru Gaya, representing the people of Kano South. Mr. President, I'm glad that you have at least able to allow me to ask a nominee a question, which I believe now you're asking me, you're allowing me to talk to my friend. He was my colleague as a governor in 1992. My question is, my national chairman, former national chairman of APP, you have made tremendous efforts in maintaining peace in this country. And I believe in uniting the party's opposition to form a stronger party in the election, architect to the process of change. Mr. President, I just want to appeal to you and my colleagues. He's a former national chairman, a PhD holder in biochemistry or chemical engineering, which is a volatile course, a first-class honors in his first degree, a distinction candidate in his higher education, a distinction candidate in his secondary education, and a fellow member of so many institutions. I would request to my president and my distinguished colleagues to please allow him to bow and vote. Thank you, sir.
Senator Danjuma.
Thank you, Mr. President. I am Mohammed Danjuma Goje, representing Gombe Central.
In as much as I would like to second my colleague, the former governor, and telling our senior colleague to take a bow, former governor also, I would like to ask a very simple question, which I wanted to ask the previous person who left. He here is one of our senior elders in our party for change, just like Audu Obe. So, and in Audu Obe's presentation, he touched on one very critical area, but nobody asked him a question. He said he foresaw problems for this country, including violence. And in our party, one of the key objectives of the party is to curb unemployment because of the massive number of unemployed youths who are well educated, who are being churned out year in, year out from our universities, from our polytechnics, colleges of education, with nothing to do. As well as those that are not able to go to the university, but they've just finished secondary school or some even primary school levels. So this is a very, very explosive problem, which is confronting all of us. As our party elder, now we are being given an opportunity to serve in the government as a minister. Can you tell us briefly how or what you will advise the government steps to take quickly in order to sufficiently reduce this very big problem that is staring us in the eye, that is the unemployment of youth in this country? Thank you. We are seconding the motion. After answering my question, you can take a bow and
Dr. we have take those questions now.
Okay, yeah. Thank you so much, highly respected Senior President. In the area of power is central to many of the things that we need to do in our great country. And we need to pay greater attention to power generation. I believe that one reason we've not done so well in the area of power is that we allow the same problem we've been having with our economy, monoproduct economy, where you have essentially crude oil and natural gas generating most of the revenue for our nation. We need to diversify power generation in Nigeria. We have to look at what other countries who have done well, the developed countries of the world, they diversify their power generation. In Nigeria, we rely on hydro, we also rely on gas, natural gas, and to some degree petroleum products. But we have seen that even with hydro, if you look at what has happened in Tanzania, Tanzania now has shut down their hydro generating facilities because they've not been having enough rainfall. So this can also happen because we now have climate change. We have also had serious problems in supplying natural gas to our power generating system. So what we need is to diversify our power generation. Take for example, we have abundance of coal in different parts of the country. If you can utilize coal for power generation, and besides, Nigerian coal is one of the best in the world because the sulfur content is very low. So the problem that using coal for power creates for many other countries, we are not going to have it here. It will be minimal. And if you look at many of the developed nations, some of them rely on coal for almost 80%. Almost 80%. Now, the problem that you have in breaking of pipelines, and for that reason you will not have enough supply of gas, will not be there. Because you take your generating facility to the location of coal. Take the coal from the ground and use it to produce power. Also, we are so blessed, many parts of Nigeria receive up to 10, 11 hours of sunshine. So renewable energy is important, either directly or indirectly, as is done in Brazil. So if we now look at the power generating architecture and diversify, we will now be in a position to generate enough power, and it will be sustainable for us now to industrialize Nigeria, because we need to manufacture, we need to produce, whether it's in agriculture or solid minerals or manufacturing. You need enough power to do so. And I can even go into unemployment and say, for example, that there is no way you can solve the problem of unemployment unless you increase your production. Even the value of the naira that has been falling, if we can improve on our production capacity in the country, produce more, because we are essentially a consumer nation, and it shouldn't be so. What people don't realize is that there was a time in Nigeria that we exported rice. There was a time in our country. But also, just recently, we were spending as much as 1 billion naira a day importing rice. So you can imagine how much money we will save if we can produce all the rice we need in the country. So in terms of unemployment, we need to produce more than we are doing now in the area of agriculture, in solid minerals, in manufacturing, and services. Because that is what you have to look at. The nations, look at China, for example, with 1.4 billion citizens, and they're able to employ their people. Look at the United States, we can say, okay, it's more advanced. They're able to employ their people. Now we have to look at what is it they are doing that we have not done. And that is what I have prescribed here. And these problems can be solved. It's a matter of starting, and we cannot be afraid that we have these problems now. What should really make us happy is that we can solve these problems. So we need to start. It doesn't matter whether all these problems are there now or that we didn't do it in the past 50, 51 years as an independent nation. But we need to start now. And I believe this is what President Muhammadu Buhari is determined to do. And with your support, it will be achieved. The last question on the inclusion of youths in the ministerial list. I haven't seen the last batch of 15 members. So, Mr. Senior President, I think you can allow me not to answer this until we see the balance. Because what was brought before you were 21 names, and there are still 15 outstanding which have been brought to you. So perhaps this problem already has been solved. So thank you, Mr. Senior President.
Welcome. Take a bow.
Dr. Ogbonnaya Onu, like a distinguished senator from Kano State, said, a first-class honors degree holder in chemical engineering from the University of Lagos, and a Doctor of Philosophy degree in chemical engineering from the University of California, Berkeley in California, United States. Pioneer head of Department of Chemical Engineering, University of Port Harcourt, and he was also pioneer national president of the Raw Materials Society of Nigeria. He was also the first chairman, Conference of Nigerian Elected Governors, which is currently known as the Governors Forum. He became the first presidential candidate of the then All People's Party, APP, which later turned to become All Nigeria's People's Party. Dr. Onu was one of those tipped for the post of secretary to the government by true speculation in the media, but now enthusiastically a ministerial nominee from a boring state. The next ministerial nominee is Dr. Osagi Ihanire. He is a medical doctor by profession. He is now there taking acknowledging, taking a bow to, or rather bowing to the distinguished senators. Is a ministerial nominee from Edo State. He now takes the podium, Dr. Osagi Ihanire, ministerial nominee for Edo State, a medical doctor by profession.
Osagi Ihanire. Osagi, we have all got your CV. We'd like you to please tell us a brief introduction of yourself. Tell us the parts in your CV you'd like to highlight, maybe the parts that you omitted, and other things you want to share with us. After that, you will answer a few questions.
Senate President, distinguished Senate Vice President, distinguished leaders, distinguished senators, my name is Osagi Ihanire. I'm from Edo State. I am, I believe, the first of the non-mainstream figures you are going to see today. I attended Government College Ibadan and studied medicine at the University of Munich in Germany. And thereafter, I spent 9 years working and studying in that country to become a board-certified general surgeon and a board-certified orthopedic trauma surgeon. I am very honored to be here today. I have never been here before, except perhaps in proxy, in the sense that my uterine sibling once sat in this hallowed chamber in the person of Senator Daisy Danjuma Ni Ihanire, and that is my connection to this place. I came back to Nigeria and worked first at the University of Benin Teaching Hospital, and thereafter I was employed by Shell Petroleum Development Company as a divisional surgeon. But I left to establish private practice, and it is there that I've had my most enduring connection with Nigerian life. As a medical practitioner, you do get to see this country from very many points of view, from the stratum of the poor and downtrodden to the rich and famous. And you do not only just treat illnesses, you do get to talk to people, to share their lives, to share their problems, to know what problems and difficulties they have with school fees, with their children, and with access to all things in this country. And it was then that I resolved that I can do more for my country than treating broken bones and bellyache, and started to look around for opportunity to be able to contribute. This happened when, in 2003, General Muhammadu Buhari declared himself as a candidate for president, and I thought I shared the vision, the values, and the passion and the patriotism which he brought. And with like-minded friends, we in Edo State got together to walk towards seeing him into the saddle. But this was an uphill task. He was what we got to know as a victim of quite malicious or difficult propaganda, so he had to make all these attempts, and I'm happy to say that in the fourth term he made it as president of the country. I'm particularly honored to have been selected by him to work with him, and I'm particularly privileged to be standing
standing before you all today in these hallowed chambers.
Mr. President, my name is Barnabas Kemade. I represent Benue Northeast Senatorial District. Mr. Nominee, Dr. Sage Ohanire, I have read your CV, which is a highly impressive professional CV in the medical field. Your areas of study, your places of study, your qualifications, and the experience that you have gathered over the years clearly indicates that you are indeed a guru in medical sciences and medical practice. The worry we have in this nation today is that our medical services are very poor, as has been typified in the growing proportion of medical tourism, which Nigerians are making today at such high proportions that it begins to worry us. Before now, Nigerians used to go to Europe, and particularly Germany, which is one of the highly qualified nations in medical practice where you trained. They also used to go to UK and the United States of America. Now it's medical tourism to India and Egypt. What, in your own opinion, do you think you will cost Nigeria to imbibe a drastic change in this attitude, especially if you get to serve this nation as a minister in the Ministry of Health? The issue of health insurance is also a very critical one. In many countries where health services are available to all citizens, irrespective of the cadre to which they belong in terms of the economic bracket, they have always had a very robust medical insurance scheme by which the poor have their medical bills subsidized, and the rich, especially the rich who are not sick, are contributing for the monies that are used in the medical service. Today, the National Health Program is very restrictive to only public servants. It has nothing to do with those who work in private sector. All of these are a problem. What can you do to change this situation, as we are indeed in an era of a change mantra? That is my question.
Senator Ben Bruce.
Thank you very much. First of all, he stole my question. Ben Bruce, Bayelsa East. The difficulty in proceeding with this process is when we have candidates and we do not know exactly where they'll be posted. So we are guessing. I'm assuming you'll be Minister of Health. And if that is the case, like you said, the biggest problem we have, I have friends who've been diagnosed with a particular problem. They think they're going to die. They go abroad, they do the same diagnosis, they're not going to die. There was a particular couple that were diagnosed in Ibadan, a Lebanese couple. They did 2 tests on the woman and they said she had AIDS. She wrote her will, she had given up hope, went abroad, they had gotten tested, and she was not HIV positive. Now, how could we make such a mistake? Had another friend went to the hospital for a simple illness, given the wrong injection, and died. We're losing a lot of good people in our country because of wrong diagnosis. I'm not a doctor, but we're all concerned people. People are dying every day because of the healthcare delivery system we have in Nigeria. If you become Minister of Health, how do we solve that problem on the one hand? 2, I looked at budgets by state governments and what they spend on health and the value for money, what they receive, is not in proportion with what they would spend in other countries and the value they would get for a hospital or for drugs. In one particular instance, I saw a budget for something like simple as a breast pump, which was 24 cents in America. Here in this country, they gave out the contract for $24. At such high cost, it is impossible for any Nigerian to ever hope to get fair, good medical services in our country. This is a very serious issue. Our life expectancy, I understand, is 51 or 52. But a lot of us are dying before we get to 50. Apart from medication, this is the most serious problem facing Nigeria today. If you become Minister of Health, what would you do to solve these problems? Thank you.
Senator Joshua Lidemi.
Thank you, Mr. President. My name is Joshua Lidemi, representing from the South. Mr. Nominee, my question relates to the issue of traditional medicine. We know that a lot of our herbalists or traditional medical practitioners do a lot of work in terms of curing ailments and healing people. But it appears the orthodox medical practitioners like you frown upon practice of traditional medicine. What is your view about traditional medicine? Do you think there is something that can be done in order to encourage the practice of traditional medicine or to refine it in such a way that it will be more acceptable to orthodox medical practitioners like you represent? That's one. Secondly, you are just coming fresh into the administration. You've not had any experience in being a minister before or any political appointment. What is your view, or what do you think the role of a minister should be in this current dispensation? A lot of people have given all kinds of descriptions to ministers. Some have described them as errand boys, some have called them as noisy makers, some have said they are engine room. What is your view about the role of minister in the present dispensation? Thank you.
Mr. President, distinguished colleagues, I hereby move that we suspend all relevant section of our standing order to enable us sit beyond 2 o'clock to take on the other ministers. And I also want to urge our colleagues to be conscious of the fact that we are just halfway through to take the 10 ministers so that we reduce the number of questions. I so move.
Mr. President, my colleagues, I want to second the motion that we suspend our rules so that we can sit beyond 2 o'clock, and I also want to add my voice to what the leader of the Senate said, that we should take cognizance of the fact that we are yet to reach halfway in terms of questions and all that, so that we can go through the nominees for the day. I so second.
Distinguished colleagues, those in favor of the motion of the extension of time beyond nominate 2 points say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Senator Gbenga Ashafa.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm Senator Gbenga Ashafa, representing Lagos East Senatorial District. I want to salute the courage of Dr. Enyere, because looking through your CV, I could see that you had so much experience abroad, particularly in Germany, and you decided to come and serve your fatherland. I don't know whether so far you've been disappointed with what you have seen on ground, but I have 2 critical areas in the health sector that I want you to
look at and answer this question. If indeed you pass this test, this exercise, and you are made the minister, assuming you are the minister for health, what would you do? What will your agenda be to curb this incessant health workers strike, which is like pervading the nooks and corners of all the states, and it is now the norm at the national level? The second question is, the issue of brain drain is much more seen in the health sector. If you go to Europe, the Americas, and in fact, it has gone now to the West African countries. Most of their teaching hospitals, you find Nigerians even heading some critical areas there, while we are suffering at this end. What will your programs and the proposals be to stem this, assuming you are the minister in charge of health? Thank you.
Dr. Osagi, can take those questions now.
The questions will come from my area of training. Hello? Are you okay? Distinguished Senator, that's the problem. Sorry.
Hello. This is the Nigerian Television Authority. We are reaching you live from the Senate of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, where the screening of ministerial nominees is ongoing. Already, 4 ministerial nominees have been screened, which includes Senator Udoma Udo Udoma, Dr. John Kayode Fayini, Chief Audu Obe, Dr. Christopher Ogbonna Onu, and now the nominee from Edo State, Dr. Osagi Ehanire, is answering questions from the senators.
Hello? Hello? Am I here? No technical man, there no sound man.
Dr. Osagi Ehanire is a medical doctor from Edo State and trained in Germany, and is here to serve his country, having been invited by President Muhammadu Buhari as part of the effort to inject the private sector into the Nigerian health sector to contribute its quota in the development of the country. So far, I've told you 4 ministerial nominees have been screened, and we have about 6 to go, which include Lieutenant General Abdurrahman Dambazo from Kano State, Alhaji Lai Mohammed, the current APC National Publicity Secretary, is still on the line. We have Hajia Amina Ibrahim Muhammad, Engineer Suleiman Adamu from Jigawa State, and Maleng Usman Jibril from representing Nasarawa State.
Looks like it's working now. They have sound now. The distinguished senators, let me come back to the answers. I have not been assigned the portfolio, but I do understand that hospital and in the private setting, I can confirm that there is a crisis of confidence in the health sector. The health sector is not doing well at all, and the problem, not surprisingly, has resulted in a loss of confidence. When I was abroad, I also had the opportunity, or rather the incidence of treating Nigerians who came abroad, some of them for relatively simple operations. But the approach to treating this problem will have to be taken from several points of view. I will propose that there is a retraining, a re-examination of the entire curriculum of the actors in the health sector, from the doctors down to the community health extension workers. We need to review the curriculum to give a training that is pertinent to our own needs and also while meeting international standards. Secondly, we are short of equipment, and this equipment needs to be brought and installed in various hospitals of excellence in order to be able to create confidence. Thirdly, there is a problem with management. The management style does not anymore meet what this country needs. Hospitals need to manage differently, more efficiently. There need to be more efficient use of resources, both human and financial resources. I do not assume that the healthcare sector is also exempted from the corruption that we are talking about in the country. It's also to be found there, and the fight against corruption needs to go through the healthcare areas. Finally, and not the least, I do believe that one of the problems that breaks confidence in this country is the attitude of actors in the healthcare sector. I do think that many people who go to hospitals do not get the respect and dignity that they expect. Therefore, I would advocate an orientation program that would give the patients in hospitals not only health care, but to treat them with respect and dignity, and which many of them get in private hospitals and even better abroad. So those are the reforms which I think will be necessary. The health insurance, this is something that is still in the infancy. It has a lot of problems which I understand are on the way to being solved. The community health insurance is being studied right now to be applied in the community and rural areas, to go to raise funds through small contributions that will create a pool of cash to be used to improve healthcare service, to build infrastructure, and train relevant people to work in the rural areas. The focus of government in healthcare is still in the primary healthcare sector. And this focus begins, first of all, with hygiene and immunization. So we need to train people to advocate hygienic practices and immunization in all areas. With that, you already reduce the incidence of morbidity of illness. There is correctly, Senator Nobles, the training aspect is what I would like to add to answer your question with. People need to be trained better. We need to review the curriculum. There has to be peer review. Doctors have to be able to check and cross-check each other's diagnosis. There must be a forum for that. So there's not one person taking a decision in complicated cases. And the question of wrong diagnosis will be much reduced by that. Senator, the traditional rulers, I do think that they have a lot to contribute. Many of the medicines that are in use today actually derive from native medicine. Quinine, for example, was extracted from native medicine in South America. and many other things that came from that source. So the pharmacological and pharmaceutical departments have a lot of work to do to study what we have in here. But I believe that traditional medicine has to be better regulated, because there can be serious danger in allowing people who have not gone through any formal training, who have not gone through any examination, whose competence has not been checked in any way, to work on citizens. That is, anybody who jumps up and says a traditional healer is a traditional healer, and there is no standard that is set. I believe that something should be done to set standards, and perhaps in every community, in every ethnic group, they will have standards that they can set that permit somebody to practice medicine in a traditional way, and also to set limits of what they can do and when to begin to do a referral. The referral system is very important. It's important for a doctor to know when he cannot take care of a case and send the case on to a higher level. Whether I'm disappointed in coming back, well, from abroad I am not. I did come and find the challenges in this country, and as I said, I am also quite a patriotic person, and I have been very interested in seeing that there is something that can be done to improve the healthcare. We can do a lot more than we are doing here. Other countries take care of their own problems. We need to sit down and design models, not follow models that have succeeded in other countries. There are models that have succeeded in America, in Germany, in Asia. We have to design our own. We have to be innovative to do things that will work for us, instead of copying models that have succeeded in other places, because the conditions are not the same. Senator Guega's question about health worker strikes. Yes, that is a very serious problem. But I think, having worked at the University of Benin Teaching Hospital, that one of the problems is insufficient engagement of the young doctors, resident doctors. They should be better engaged. There should be a constant conversation with the young doctors and other healthcare givers for them to understand the problems that government faces, and for them to better understand the challenges that the country faces. We just don't have so much resources as they would like to have distributed to them, but with proper engagement and proper management of their creative energy, constructive engagement, I think those problems should be reduced. On the other hand, I also will work very closely with government to make sure that agreements that are reached with these young doctors, resident doctors, are actually adhered to. If you reach an agreement, you try to adhere to it, or at least explain to resident doctors the reasons why at a particular time the agreements cannot yet be adhered to. The issue of brain drain, it emanates from all of these things. The doctors who have been well trained and specialized and think that they are not fulfilled, they do not have the necessary challenges here, they do not have equipment. Some of them think they are not well remunerated, others think they are not well treated. There are some who think that the political environment was not stable, so they will go and find greener pastures abroad. But I'm happy to say that there's a trend of experts in medicine who are wanting to come back to the country to contribute their quota. I believe that these people are coming with a particular range of experience, because not only have they acquired the technical side of medicine, but they have other kind of social experiences which will come in useful if integrated with what we have here. I believe I have finished with the line of questions.
My name is Marafa Bashir Abba. I represent Taraba Central Senatorial District. Mr. President, I have 2 questions to ask the nominee. Yes, this is matter for pity. The first one, our nominee, the rate of maternal mortality is on a very high side in Nigeria today. What would you do if appointed as the Minister of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Minister of Health, in solving this great challenge? That's number one. Number two, the rate at which Nigerians travel abroad for medical treatment is very alarming. It's extremely alarming, and it's only the privileged ones that can be able to travel abroad. The majority of Nigerians cannot be able to travel abroad for treatment. So what would you do to improve the existing facilities we have in the country today to enable the common man attend to his own health care within the country? Thank you.
Senator Duncan.
Senate President, I am Senator Philip Arua Junka, representing the good people of Nasarawa North, Senatorial District. Friday, I would like to have this question thrown to you. It has been alleged that most doctors that are assigned in the general hospitals or government hospitals today, most of them are running private hospitals. And in the course of running these private hospitals, equipment made for the government hospitals have been diverted to their own private clinics and hospitals. Consequence upon that, most referrals are made. Patients are being referred to their own private clinics. And these patients that have no options, they always go there in their own private clinics, and they are being explored. In most cases, that is why, and what some of the reasons why they discovered that private and general hospitals are not being functioned very well. In this regard, I also want to ask, is it correct for
about the maternal mortality. Yes, maternal mortality is very high, but even higher is infant mortality. And the problem, again, is with the access to health care. The access is a combination of availability of a health center or even a health post, the availability of adequately trained staff, and then the availability of adequately trained staff, and then the affordability, the money to pay. Those are the problems that actually bedevil healthcare, and these problems need to be addressed in a way. I believe that we need in Nigeria to find innovative ways of answering these problems. We should go away from established models from outside. The proposed community health insurance is a very, very good beginning, and it should be developed. And if it comes into stream, there should be an improvement in these indices. The medical tourism and the expenditure, yes, it is something that we have touched on just now. People have lost confidence in what goes on here, and unfortunately the trend is increasing. I think we need to be able to use the resources allocated for health in a more efficient way. It is true that the money is not enough, but I also know or think that it is not being efficiently used. So if the money allocated can be increased and then more efficiently and purposefully allocated to those areas where the need is highest, then we should go to have better services. Secondly, if we adjust our training in such a way that we have more dedicated and more better trained doctors and nurses, we have also improved efficiency, and the confidence in the health system here will improve. But as I said before, the attitude to patients is a very critical factor. A lot of people who have the money do feel that they're not treated respectfully or treated with dignity when they go to our health institutions. So they prefer to go abroad where they enjoy. It's not that they don't feel that they can be treated, but they feel that they're not given the dignity, and probably there's a mindset among healthcare givers here that the patient is inferior. In reality, the patient is a superior person in a hospital. So that attitude actually has to be corrected. And if all this is in place, I believe that we shall be able to achieve more for what we get as allocation to health. Now, with respect to doctors in private practice, this is a problem that has been on in this country for so long. And it is true that a lot of doctors, or nearly every doctor, thinks he also should run a private hospital. But quite clearly it is unethical to divert patients from a hospital where you are receiving salaries to another place where you also charge the patient. That is clearly unethical. And there needs to be a new approach, a conversation with doctors generally to reach a situation where an undertaking will be signed to work out where the boundaries are, where your responsibilities are, and where your, if you have extra services to render, well, the hospital could pay you extra instead of you going to open a private hospital while you are in government employment. There is need to find innovative solution to that in working out a proper healthcare policy. I believe that's all.
Dear to my heart, I would like to ask a few questions. One is that I was privileged to build the biggest hospital in West Africa.
And you could not go for that. You could not go to the hospital for treatment.
Order. Yes. Chief, well done for that suggestion.
I was privileged to build the biggest hospital in West Africa. And as I speak now, we are trying to populate it with skilled manpower. Most of them are actually Nigerians like you, who are returning from various countries abroad. The intention here is to ensure that we reduce capital flights to India. And I would like to ask you if you will lend support to states who make such investments, so that at the end of it, the aggregate outcome will be that Nigeria collectively will have reduced capital flights outside this country. That's one. The challenge we have now is on the Medical and Dental Council of Nigeria. We are insisting that most of them must pass through rigorous tests and be accredited to work in Nigeria and all that outside immigration, but we are surmounting that. The next question I'd like to ask you is something that happened here in Chambers about a week ago. There was a motion here that a lot of children are suffering. They graduate from medical colleges and they cannot do house manship. And the result is that after 2 or 3 years, they begin to forget even some of the things they learned in medical colleges. So, and we are looking at a possibility of a national policy that can ensure that once a child graduates in medicine, that child automatically goes to do house manship, so that that child can eventually become a full-fledged doctor. So I'd like to ask you, because in your time, that is what was happening when you graduated. So I'd like to ask you, if you are given the portfolio of Minister of Health, will you encourage this? Will you set up a national agency to ensure that all medical colleges in Nigeria are, aggregated in a way that will enable every child that graduates in medicine to have automatic house officer's jobs, so that we can increase the medical density or the doctor density in the country. The other one I'd like to also ask you is, what are we going to do about these traditional birth attendants? Because so many people lose their lives as a result of traditional birth attendants. They are also offering services to help, but by practice as a governor, we found out that many people, maybe out of lack of money, patronize them, many pregnant women, and then we record a lot of deaths through traditional birth attendants. Are you going to train them and then make them part of the health system if you are given the opportunity to be the health minister? And then finally, I would like to also mention the issue of just the little statistics, that most of the successful surgeries in Nigeria, at least 45% of deaths that occur from successful surgeries in Nigeria occur through post-surgery management. The surgeon finishes his job and it is successful, and then the management results in the patient dying because infection comes in, this comes in. So what are you going to do to improve the skill of our nurses and train those who are engaged in post-surgery management, so that we can reduce the number of deaths associated with what I may call successful surgeries in the medical institution? And I want to commend Mr. President for fishing you out, because you have the right qualification, the right integrity to serve this country. So I congratulate you in advance.
Mr. President, distinguished colleagues, I want to crave your indulgence again to remind our colleagues that we still have to take 5 nominees on our roll. So please let us be precise and not be repetitive in our questions. And having said that, I want somebody to second that the nominee do take a bow after answering the after answering.
Senator Boucher.
Mr. President, given the performance of the nominee, I rise to second the motion that the nominee take a bow.
After answering questions.
Yeah, after answering briefly those questions at least.
Okay, Dr. Sage, you have a few questions.
Thank you very much. distinguished senator for the compliment, distinguished Senator Akpabio for the compliment, and also for the hospital that you have built. I'll be very interested in looking at it. Now, the issue of housemanship, yes, that is a pertinent question, and I believe that it can be taken care of if a proper program is worked out to be able to accommodate all medical graduates. Problems can be solved if you sit down and look for answers. So that should be workable. The issue of traditional birth attendants, I said a while ago that before orthodox medicine came, traditional medicine and traditional birth attendants were all we had. But now that there is orthodox medicine, it does not mean that traditional birth attendants and traditional healers are out of job. But I believe that this area should be better organized and better supervised. There is almost no supervision right now. There is nobody who can tell how good a traditional healer is. So we have been involved in, I'm a trustee of the T.Y. Benjamin Foundation, which does programs to retrain traditional birth attendants and also do medical missions. So there's a lot of emphasis in trying to integrate traditional healers and traditional birth attendants into the mainstream health sector, and that should reduce the amount of dangers that come from that side, because at the moment it looks unregulated. With post-op mortality, again, it comes down to training and management and organization. All these ones need to be reviewed, they need to be improved, they need to be reset. We are not using the facilities we have at the moment to the most optimal level. So that one needs to be reorganized, and of course we need more equipment, better training, more in-service training, and more refresher courses to be able to improve the quality of healthcare providers that we have here.
Distinguished colleagues, the wish of the nominee takes a bow and go.
Yes.
Twice, yeah.
The man is liberal. The man is liberal. The man is liberal.
The nominee representing Edo State, Dr. Osagi Ehanire, who dwelt extensively on the way out to the issue of health tourism and need to review curriculum and need to address days of equipment in the health sector. He also spoke on the need to upgrade Nigeria's community health policy and attribute the issue of brain drain in Nigerian medical health sector to poor condition of service and suggested the way out. The next ministerial nominee expected to appear now is Lieutenant General Abdurrahman Dambazau, a retired Lieutenant General who was one time the Chief of Army Staff of the Nigerian Army. He's expected to be the next ministerial nominee. He represents Kano State in the list. Lieutenant General Abdurrahman Bello Dambazau, a retired officer, was Chief of Army Staff between 2008 and 2010. Dambazau, who is 60 years now old, attended Bariwa College Zaria, Nigerian Defense Academy, Kaduna, and is a member of the 17th Regular Combatant Corps and U.S. Army Military Police School, Fort McClellan. He was commissioned as a second lieutenant into the Infantry Corps of the Nigerian Army in June 1977. Dambazau also holds a BSc in Criminal Justice, Masters in International Relations, Masters in Education in Higher Education Administration, and a Doctor of Philosophy in Criminology. He was also a registrar at Nigerian Defense Academy. Let's hear from Lieutenant General Abdurrahman Dambazau.
Distinguished colleagues, I think I can recollect somewhere our rules where it says an illegal vote is equal to 4 questions. Distinguished colleagues, the nominee with us now is Lieutenant General retired Abdurrahman B. Dambazaro. General Dambazaro, we have your CV. We want you to tell us a brief introduction of yourself, talk on the areas that you want to emphasize in your CV, but also mention things that are omitted that you think are important that you want us to know. And after that, you will take a few questions.
Your Excellency, the Senate President, Your Excellency, the Deputy Senate President, Your most distinguished leadership of the Senate, with your kind permission, Your Excellency, I also want to appreciate the 3 distinguished senators from Kano State. The immediate past governor, Kano State, and distinguished Senator Engineer Dr. Rabiu Musa Ponkoso, who was also my former boss. While he was Minister of Defense, I was his Principal General Staff Officer. The former governor of Kano State, Architect Kabir Gaya, and my brother, distinguished Senator Alhaji Barau Jibril, all distinguished senators in this chamber, good afternoon. I am Abdurrahman Bello Dambazao, a retired Lieutenant General and former Chief of Army Staff. I was born on 14th March 1954. After my primary education in Zaria, I proceeded to Royal College Zaria until 1974, when I gained admission into the Nigerian Defense Academy 17th regular course. In the course of my career, which actually began after my commission in June 1977 and ended in 2010, I served in various capacities in command, staff, and instruction. The most prominent appointments were Chief Instructor, Support Weapons Wing, Infantry Center and School, Judge. I was also, like I said before, Principal General Staff Officer to the Honorable Minister of Defense. I was a directing staff at the National War College and Director Higher Military Organization and Operations. I was Chief of Army Standards and Evaluation, Army Headquarters. Thereafter, I was General Officer commanding 2 divisions, before I was appointed Chief of Army Staff in 2008. Among the military courses I attended were the Surveillance Platoon Commander's course in Judge in 1998, the Military Police Officers Basic Course, Junior Division Staff College in Jaji, Senior Division Staff College in Ghana, and National Defense College in New Delhi, India. I also attended Kent State University, Ohio, USA, for my bachelor's degree in criminal justice. And I had 2 master's degrees from the same institution, the Higher Educational Administration and International Relations, respectively. Between 1986 and 1989, I was in University of Kiel, Staffordshire in the UK, where I was awarded a PhD in criminology. I published 4 books. As a matter of fact, my book is the major book of reference used in most Nigerian universities today. I have published several scholarly articles. After my retirement, I ventured into politics by registering with the then CPC when my people called upon me to do so. I was subsequently appointed the chairman Security Committee by General Buhari as the presidential candidate then. Again in 2015, I was appointed director, Presidential Campaign Council of the APC after the merger. I'm married with 10 children and 7 grandchildren. For my relaxation and hobbies, I listen to soft English music and traditional Hausa music. I do play golf, watch documentary films, and conduct scholarly research. Your Excellency, the Senate President, Your Excellency, the Deputy Senate President, most distinguished Senate leadership, our distinguished senators, I feel most privileged and humbled to have been found worthy of nomination for Minister of the Federal Republic of Nigeria by the President, Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces, Muhammadu Buhari. And I also feel privileged to stand before you, before this highly respected Senate, made up of the most eminent and distinguished Nigerians for screening as part of the procedure for ministerial appointments. I hereby present myself accordingly. Thank you, sir.
Distinguished senators, Honorable General and nominee General Dambazo. My name is Senator Malam Ali Wakili MNI, representing Bauchi South, Bauchi State. By the leave of Mr. President, he has found you 4 questions for illegal going. I will first do that finding before I ask my questions. Sir, as a versatile and professional military officer, what is your take on the fact that in the 21st century of today, as I'm talking to you now, Nigeria doesn't have a defense policy on the ground? 1. Secondly, as a former PSO to the Chief of Defense Staff, as a former Chief of Army Staff, you know of this existing problem of the Ministry of Defense, especially when it comes to procurement. You discover that the Minister of Defense is there, the Chief of Defense Staff is there, the service chiefs are there. All of them have different departments of procurement. Using the problem we are having from Alex Bada, when he spoke about issue of procurement, what will you do if you are appointed the Minister of Defense to ensure that the issue of procurement is sanitized? Thirdly, sir, I come from the Northeast region, ravaged by poverty, ravaged by war, ravaged by weather. We have young men and women there that are sacrificing their lives. That is in terms of the members of the armed forces. If you look at the Army regulation now, it says that it is only when you spend 10 years in the Army, you become entitled for gratuity or for pension. We are churning out these soldiers from the depot. We are churning them out from the Defense Academy. By accident, some of them are sent to fight the insurgents and they are killed. And we discover that if you are following the rules, they are not entitled to anything. If you are not the Minister of Defense, what will you do, sir, to ensure that some of these things are addressed? Thirdly, sir, fourthly, the same, excuse me, I'm just doing the bidding of the Senate President first. He finds in 4 questions for illegal going. I'm doing the finding first. These soldiers in the Northeast, I understand, correctly or wrongly, that they are entitled to 1,000 daily allowance, 500 feeding allowance. Then you send somebody on United Nations mission. He's been paid over $1,000 as an allowance. Do you think it's reasonable enough for us to send people to sacrifice their life for that meager allowance? And sometimes there are allegations that these commanders even misappropriate some of this allowance. Lastly, sir, as a former PSO, as a former Chief of Army Staff, we understand that the United Nations Peacekeeping Mission Department normally pays money to Nigeria. And we discovered that the money is neither between the presidency and the Ministry of Defense. What is your take on that one? We are on military operations in Sierra Leone. We are on military operation in Liberia. We brought peace there. But today if you go there, our people are dejected. They are imprisoned. Even the economic benefit we are supposed to reap, we are not reaping. If we discover that when the Americans went to Iraq and when they went to Afghanistan, after bringing about peace there, they ensured that they brought about their economic interest to bear in terms of the fact that they brought in their companies, excuse me please, I am on my feet, they brought in their companies to establish business there and other things. What will we do if we are not the Minister of Defense and if we find ourselves again in such situation to ensure that our people reap the benefit of our sacrifice? Thank you, sir.
Distinguished colleagues, I think the greatest respect we can have for each other is to really be very considerate. I think where a senator is asking 8 questions, I don't think we're being considerate to one another. Please, let's take note of that. Thank you, Deputy Majority Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. President and my distinguished colleagues. My question to the General is that you are aware very well that this government is for change, to simplify issues for Nigerians. We have had a problem in the past where the subtle incursion of our armed forces into politics became an embarrassment to this country. Maybe to be specific, we have had a situation where High Command of the Nigerian Army will come out and describe a general and say that he does not have certificate. We have had situations where top command in the Air Force will refuse landing permit, even to a person who has served as a general in this country, simply because of politics. Assuming that you become the Chief of Defense Staff, in furtherance, Chief Minister for Defense, Minister for Defense, in pursuance of the change mantra of the APC, do you guarantee this Senate that such ugly occurrences will never occur under your watch? The second question, simple, is the issue of declining regimentation in the Army, which is seriously affecting command and control and which I know you are aware. What do you intend to do to restore this unfortunate situation? Thank you.
General, I think take these questions.
Okay. Let me take the issue of defense policy. I think there is defense policy because a couple of months back I was contacted by the office of the Minister of Defense that there was going to be a review of defense policy, and they wanted me to be part of those who will contribute. And there was a committee that went round the country to conduct some seminars and workshops on that. But the defense policy, it's a document that needs review from time to time.
Because what are we talking about? We are talking about looking at the best way to use the military or to make provide a very hard ground, a foundation on which the defense could be applied. And to do that, there are factors we consider. We look at the threat perception. We look at the challenges, constraints. We look at the opportunities. So, in doing that, and this is why it is on that basis, for instance in the army, it is on that basis that we come out with our order of battle. So if we don't have defense policy, there is no way the army can come out with order of battle. But I will agree with you if you say that the defense policy doesn't get reviewed as at when due. That is true. And to the extent that so many people will even forget that we have it. But I can assure you, sir, that that document is there, and I know that I was contacted a couple of months ago because it was under review. Secondly, the issue of procurement. Different departments, you said between the Ministry of Defense and services, they have different procurement policy. We have to look at that. As the Chief of Army Staff, for instance, when I took over in 2008, the maximum I could spend as Chief of Army Staff was 20 million. It was later increased to 50 million. But anything beyond that must go to Ministry of Defense. And this has been the practice until I left the service. So at our level, if there's anything that I can approve that is within that range, then there is a tenders board within the service itself, which will look at those issues, look at those criteria and follow them strictly. But of course, the money comes from Ministry of Defense. The former Minister of Defense is here. I'm sure he will be able to let you know. But this is the issue. So it is not duplication as such, because there are smaller things that I could handle at my level. For instance, probably if there is a immediate need for repair blown off route somewhere in Jaji, and the amount of money is less than 50 million, and I have the funds available for that, then I now commit my Chief of Policy and Plans, who is usually the chairman of that committee, to sit down with the Chief of Logistics and look at how we can, if it requires something that we will publicize to invite bids, then we do that. So this is the thing. So it's not a duplication as such. The second issue is the issue of Northeast. I agree with you that the Northeast is being ravaged by poverty, war, weather, and so on. And of course, the soldiers are, at risk. At the end of the day, some of them may lose their lives. But the policy which says that there's a minimum stay requirement in terms of time before you are entitled to gratuity and pension. As a policy, I think that is not only applicable to the military, but I think even in civil service is applicable. But if a soldier joins the army today and he is sent to an operation and he loses his life, there is death gratuity. Death gratuity is given to him. There are other benefits that go to his family.
we also take responsibility for his burial arrangements. So those are the things, but this is the issue. But it's possible to review it by bringing the number of years down. Yes, it's possible, looking at all factors. But it is not issue of being discriminatory. I think it's a policy, national government policy, which is also applicable to the civil service. Then the soldiers in the Northeast, in terms of their allowances, differential between what they are paid here domestically and what they are paid in the UN. The UN allowances is part of the reimbursement the UN pays to the country for each soldier because of our contribution. We are a major troop contributing country. There are other countries that contribute services, maybe engineer services. This is how they, or maybe medical services. But they have a standard. This is a UN standard. The 1,000 naira, I agree with you, is low. And I think it's something that needs to be reviewed as an allowance for the soldier being exposed to such danger. And I believe that at the appropriate time, it should be reviewed upwards. The UNDPKO reimbursement, we are talking of the money reimbursed by the United Nations. I think this is an issue that distinguished senators should be able to contribute. One, I think we have not been taking advantage of the UN reimbursement system. Other countries like Pakistan, Bangladesh use the money to maintain their armed forces. I don't see why we cannot do that. We rely on annual budget. Annual budget cannot maintain our armed forces. If we take advantage of the UN reimbursement system, whereby for every equipment you send for UN mission, every month it's reimbursed. And there are a couple of things, advantages to that. One, capacity building. Two, discipline in terms of maintenance. Because if you have a vehicle and the trafficator is broken, they will pay you. So it all means that you must maintain your equipment all the time if you want to get paid. So this is the issue. So it teaches us discipline in terms of maintenance. It builds capacity because this equipment we buy, we use them for training. And at the end of the day, probably after 5 years, we can repatriate those equipment back into this country and continue using them, while we use the money we get for reimbursement to purchase other equipment and send to them. So this is one advantage I think we have not been able to take for a period. The treatment of Nigerians in Liberia, as an example, because of the contributions we made, we've had similar issues in South Africa, in Zimbabwe. I think this is an issue that should be taken by the Foreign Affairs Ministry. And I agree that there's need for us, not just to go there and be Father Christmas. Once we expand our efforts, we assisted in all manners of ways, we should be able to at least, gain out of that. Like you said, even when we got to Liberia some time back, I found interestingly that the Chinese were all over constructing roads. Why was it not necessary, why was it possible to have Nigerian contractors constructing those roads in Liberia? It is not the Liberian fault. I think it is our fault because we have not made that move. Thank you very much. For Senator Nala, I agree this is government for change. The subtle incursion of military into politics. We are struggling with regime security. should not be the case. As a serving soldier swore to defend this country, whether by land, sea, or water, by land, sea, or air, and he should stick to that. Yes, there are things of general security interest, but the issue is that you must put the country first before anything. It's not that you are disobeying. It's not that you are being disloyal. As a matter of fact, you are helping the government to contribute. So the issue of a presidential candidate, a retired general, landing at an airport and an Air Force officer preventing his aircraft to landing, I think is the most disservice to the nation. Thank you very much. Declining regimentation in the army. This issue has been recognized for some time. I know General Obasanjo came with his idea of security sector reform, particularly the military. And then he invited an American-based military resource incorporated. I think it's a private company that provides services to the armed forces. Made of retired military officers. Then I think in 2004, when General Aguirre was Chief of Army Staff, he started the change management project. The idea was to change our attitude, realizing that the military has been in governance, in politics for a very long time. Now, this idea of civil-military relations, subordination of the military, to civil authorities. How do you go about doing that? So this idea was introduced, change management project, which I personally also continue to that. The idea of re-understanding the rule of law, the idea of re-understanding subjecting ourselves to civil authorities, the idea of understanding the importance of human rights. These are things that we have been bombarding our soldiers and officers with. This is something that also we noticed that there was decline in regimentation. So all these things that we used to do that were not being done, we brought them back into the barracks. We held every commander responsible. So anything happen, we know that is the commander that will be responsible. So these are the efforts we'll be making. This we have done up to the time I left. After I left, I don't know. Thank you.
My name is Senator Shabala Ferdi, representing Kwara North. General, my first question is this. Recently, the country has witnessed crisis between farmers and Fulani herdsmen. This has posed a huge problem, not only to food production, but also to peaceful coexistence between our citizens. What is your take in finding an everlasting solution to this problem to avoid, or at least to ensure peaceful coexistence of our citizens and to ensure that food production in this country does not suffer? My second question has to do with the defense industry in Kaduna. The defense industry was established in Kaduna at the same time that the one in India and Brazil was established. All these are producing arms and ammunition today. The one in Kaduna is producing furniture. What would you do as the Minister of Defense to change this situation? Thank you, sir.
Senator Mao Rabon.
Senate President, my name is Mr. Mao, representing the Senatorial District of Abia State. My General, looking at your CV, it's very clear that for the past 40 years of your existence, you've been in the military, which means using this palace, you have been a government pikin. And now, by the special grace of God, you are nominated to be a Minister of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. You've also been the Chief of Army Staff under the Ministry of Defense. Let's assume you become the Minister of Defense. Can you briefly tell us, from your experience, what you think you can do differently from what had been existing and what had been happening, especially as regards the relationship between the Navy, the Air Force, and the Army. And I'm also aware that while you were there, definitely there was disparity in remuneration between the Navy, the Air Force, and the Army. I'm also aware that there was this armed forces, consolidated armed forces salary. In this present time, and if by the grace of God you become the minister, do you still believe in that consolidated salary structure, or there is something different you can do? Finally, somebody asked this question, but I still want to ask that question again. There is this, do you subscribe to the fact, or to the statement that ministers, judging you as a lieutenant general, as a former chief of army staff, and if you become a minister tomorrow, that you'll be described as a noisemaker?
Senator Bentamasi.
Good afternoon. Well, I'm happy you called me at last. And basically, as a daughter of a retired soldier, I'm more passionate when it comes to the military in terms of their welfare and even their housing. So if today you are the Minister of Defense, and if you look at all the barracks in this country, they are in a sorry state. And when you are the Chief of Army Staff, I think you embarked on a program that you use the engineering sector of the armed force to come out, or deliberately come out with a direct project that has enhanced the standard of some of the housing projects that was constructed under your tenure. So if today you are now the Minister of Defense, will you expatiate that towards the housing formation of the rank and file, and to at least upgrade the standard of their welfare? And mostly, they've talked about the Northeast. And yesterday I was opportune to have a discussion with someone that lost about 3 siblings within the Nigerian Army. And he said one of the issues, the guy is a major that was encountered in the battlefield, and out of 8, 9 of them, he was the only one that survived, but he's almost handicapped. The family has to spend about 17 million to at least put the gentleman into a stage where he can be physically able, but they are feeling uncomfortable. But this is a man that had worked for the country and to see that Nigeria is stable in terms of peace. And now at the duty post, he has been left, he is in the Kosovo stage, and the Nigerian army has not deemed it fit to see how such a person can be revived or resuscitated to its standard where the family will be comfortable with. So if tomorrow you are the defense minister, I know there are a lot of problems or situations on ground that needs a kind of a solution. But Nigerians are looking, initially before now, many people want to join the Nigerian army, but now a lot of people are running away to join the Nigerian army because of what we have seen and heard from those that were affected. So we look at, if tomorrow you are the defense minister, I hope such issue of taking the welfare of the men in uniform will be adequately taken care of. And more especially, sir, the housing solution of the men in uniform. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. President. My name is Senator Oluwemi Tinubu, representing Lagos Central Senatorial District. Mr. Minister nominee, going by your antecedents and also the qualification we see in your CV, it shows that you have a global wealth of experience for the military profession. And when we look at the problems we have in the country today of youth unemployment, how, assuming you are given the portfolio of Honorable Minister of Defense, how would you make the military to be attractive for appealing youth to want to join the profession? And what ways do you think you can sanitize also the military? Thank you.
John Henry.
Mr. President, my name is John Owan Emo. I represent Cross River Central, Cross River. Mr. Nominee, looking at our resume, we've done quite a lot in conflict studies. Would you characterize the Boko Haram issue in Nigeria as a conflict? What kind of conflict is that? And in the course of your work, is there anything you've tried to suggest on how to contain that situation? That's number one. Number two, after more than 30-something years in the military, a very accomplished career in the military, is there anything in particular that strikes you that you can share with this floor that demonstrates a strong commitment to the unity and stability of this country? Then finally, what really should be the proper command structure within the Ministry of Defense vis-a-vis the various service chiefs? There's been an issue in the past where instead of concentrating on trying to fight the various issues and challenges confronting our country, there is some kind of power puzzle between the Ministers of Defense, the service chiefs and all that. Why is that happening? How is that going to be avoided? We need to be sent as Minister of Defense. Then finally, how combat ready is the Nigerian military? Thank you.
We take these questions.
Thank you, sir. When we look at the issue of crisis involving farmers and herdsmen, particularly in the North Central. Secondly, as you mentioned, this conflict affects activities of both. They affect production, food production,
Fundamentally, I think there's need to look at the real issues. I think we have a situation whereby two parties are fighting while standing on a quicksand. At the end of the day, if you are not careful, all of them will be submerged. I think the issue that we need to first tackle is a political one. The threat coming from the climate. If you look at what is happening, for instance, we have a threat of desertification from the north. And also we have the threat of erosion from the south. And these threats are pushing people to the center. And what is happening is this. The land as a resource is becoming smaller for the kind of population concentrating within the center. That is well. So in order to deal with that, I think it is absolutely necessary to recapture our land eaten up by desert. We've started that program some time back, but I think it's not been quite effective because not much has been done. Then the second issue is grazing. Now we have to balance between trying to maintain the nomadic culture and also identify particular grazing lands in which we can, plan to settle the cattle herders. The third issue is that most of the river basin are being farmed. These are the paths created long time ago where these cattle rearers follow for their grazing. And the fourth challenge is the fact that the Fulani herdsmen are not restricted to those Fulani in Nigeria alone. They move round across West Africa. So I think this is an issue that we need to look at very well, not only in Nigeria, but even within the West African sub-region. But certainly it has impact on what we do. But the danger of this is that sometimes it takes religious or ethnic face, color rather. Sometimes whereby the large population of herders are Muslims, where you have the large population of farmers are Christians, it becomes religious. And this is an issue that has to be explained. It is actually not religious, but it's resource-based conflict. The second issue is on Daikon. Yes, Daikon and the Brazilian industry were established almost the same time. But the act were established to Daikon only established it for the production of small arms and ammunition. And that has not been reviewed up to date. And I think this is an issue that should be looked at. But beyond that, I think it is important to involve the private sector. Maybe Daikon can play a supervisory role, kind of. But production of arms and ammunition is something that must be private sector driven. It is not the government that will be doing that. But where the private sector invests money, also they want to guarantee that when they produce, those arms and ammunition will be bought. And I think this is where we should be able to sort it out. So I agree that Daikon can do much more than that. The
inter-service relationship. There is healthy rivalry in the sense that every service chief wants to put in his best to ensure that he produces results. But we also have the Office of Chief of Defense Staff. This is where all the services are coordinated, all the activities of services are coordinated. We do joint operations, we do conduct joint operations, whereby, the template provides for such operations. Disparity between remuneration between the services. I'm not sure if that is the case, because I know that it's the same template. The amount of salary I get as a lieutenant general is the same amount of salary that Air Marshal gets and an admiral in the Navy gets. But if he is a pilot, he is likely to get more because he gets flying allowances. I'm not a pilot, I won't get that. If an infantry officer is an airborne officer, he gets allowance for being an airborne officer. I won't get that. So this is where you get more, I will get less than him. But overall, the standard, which I think it's something that we, the salary commission, provide. This goes to the issue of consolidated salary scheme. The consolidated salary scheme is a government policy, federal government policy. It is not military per se. Then the barracks. I've been very passionate as Chief of Army Staff about the welfare of troops. Let me tell you a story with your kind permission, sir. When I resumed as Chief of Army Staff, I discovered that here in my barracks, soldiers were pairing with their families, like three families sharing in the room apartment. That was not right. And this is why I came up with the idea of building a new barracks, the Arabia Barracks, which I want to acknowledge the support of most of you who are senators then supported me through that effort. And we did that by direct labor. The Accountant General, gave his approval. The Minister of Defense gave his approval, and the Senate committee, House committee, they gave their approval. And the money was appropriated through the National Assembly. We did that by direct labor. We constructed Arabia Barracks. The advantages of that, we have the army engineers, we have brilliant architects, brilliant deputy surveyors, we have technicians, we have artisans, we have all of them, but we have not been making use of them. So if we have to employ the services, these services outside, it will cost a lot of money. So we employ that, and we molded even the blocks, we molded them there on ground using the earth there on ground at the same location. We constructed the roads, we built the bridge, all engineers. And we were able to reduce that stress. We moved all the soldiers who were appearing into that accommodation, and they made them comfortable. So I agree with you. The same thing we adopted. We have an issue with medical services. I thought that the reimbursement system, now we discovered that even when our soldiers are sent on operations, when they become casualties, Ghana, they are taking there for treatment. So he said, why is it not possible for us to provide the same facility here? So that not only that our soldiers will benefit from that treatment here, we will also attract soldiers from other countries and we will be reimbursed. The UN will reimburse us. And this is why we came up the concept of UN Level 4 hospital, which we decided that 2 of such hospitals, or 3 rather, will be built. One in Kaduna 44, one in Lagos Yaba 68, and one in Port Harcourt. So we started that project, UN Level 4 hospital. And this is a project we did by direct labor. We completed that project about 95% of it. And I even wrote a letter of invitation to President Goodluck Jonathan, inviting him to commission it 1st October. Then I went to UN headquarters to tell them how far we have gone, because already we had told them, introduced the idea to them. And I made even how far we've gone, inviting them to come and inspect the project. It was UN headquarters that I learned of my requirement. So I left that project. And up to today, it has not been completed. The first thing I think that should be done is give support for that hospital to be completed. It is not for me, it is for our soldiers. Our soldiers need maximum support, medical support. They require that.
Chief, can you bring the Senate into if you can finish this set of questions, I think there are 2 questions. Mr. President has answered most of the questions. Any question that was not answered? Mr. President, that's one of mine. Mr. President. Exactly. Which question is that, Jim? Which question? Out of respect for our colleagues, members, distinguished senators, that the ministerial nominee should take any more questions or we should bow and go. Ministerial nominee. Ministerial nominee, finish this set of questions and then after that we can bow and go.
Thank you. Well guided.
The question from Senator Tinubu, youth unemployment. I think you know that this is a cardinal, it's fundamental. The issue of unemployment is fundamental to APC. It's one of the areas that Mr. President has been emphasizing at every opportunity he gets. What can we do to make military attractive to the youth? Quite a lot. And I want to even say that despite our challenges,
the military is still very attractive to the youth. We are getting, when we call for recruitment, you'll be surprised the number of people that come. But in spite of that, it is absolutely necessary that we critically look at our terms and conditions of service. Give the soldier the best, because when he goes out, he will not go back home. So that period he is alive, let's give him the best. So we make it as attractive as possible, but we also want to make sure that that person coming into the army is coming based on patriotism, because he is coming to defend not just for employment, not just because he wants salary, but also because he has the interest to defend this country in line with Section 217 of the Constitution.
Just for 1 second. Distinguished senators, please take your seat. Leader of the Igesa, Senate leader, we are waiting for you. 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 Thank you very much, Senate leader. Minority leader, stop stopping the way. Thank you very much.
Whether Boko Haram is a conflict, yes it is. It is a conflict. They want something which we don't want. It's an issue that has the face of religion, pseudo-religion. Just like what we have in Niger Delta, it's resource-based. What can we do about the proper command structure within the MOD? I think part of what has been advocated during when President Obasanjo was president was, integration of the Ministry of Defense and the services. And I remember that in 2008, December 2008, we had a defense retreat in Jaji, and part of it was looking into this integration between the Ministry of Defense and Defense Headquarters in particular. But so far, that has not been implemented. Whether the military is combat ready or not, yes, we are combat ready. That is why we are all over the place. But of course we have constraints. We have constraints. We have constraints in terms of equipment. We have constraints even in manpower. But these are things that from time to time we look into and see how we adjust. But as for combat ready, we are. Thank you very much.
After answering those questions, can Bao go? So you can Bao go. That's a foul.
Lieutenant General Abdurrahman Bello Dambazo, a nominee representing Kano State, is a well-known researcher because he has authored many books. One of the books is in issue of minority crime prevention and control in Nigeria, criminology and criminal justice. I also authored another book on the issue of military law terminologies in 1990. He was also the ADC to
Distinguished Peter.
he was also the Chief of Army Staff between 2008 and 2010.
Thank you, distinguished Senator Peter.
So far, the Senate has screened 6 ministerial nominees, which include Senator Udoma Udoma, representing Akwa Ibom State, Dr. John Kayode Fayemi, Chief Audu Obe, Dr. Christopher Ogbonnaya Onu, and Dr. Osagi Henry, and the last but not the least, Lieutenant General Abdurrahman Dambazo. The next nominee is the powerful Publicity Secretary of the All Progressive Congress, Alhaji Lai Mohammed. Is on his way to take to the podium for the questioning by the senators. Alhaji Lai Mohammed, a lawyer by profession, the current National Publicity Secretary of the APC, was born in 1952 and holds a bachelor's degree in French from the Obafemi Awolowo University, Ile-Ife, in addition to law degrees from the University of Lagos as a Nigerian.
Alhaji Lai Mohammed, you have all received the CVs. Alhaji Lai Mohammed, we have received your CVs. We have gone through your CVs. We have studied your CV. If there are things you want to tell us, if you think there are things you still want to tell us, because the whole chamber, they know your CV, but there are things you want to add. Order now. You can just tell us the things you want to see. Order.
Coincidentally, the nominee Alhaji Lai Mohammed comes from Kwara State, where the chairman of the sitting, that is the Senate President, comes from. They come from the same state of Kwara.
Mr. President, Mr. President, distinguished colleagues, Mr. President, in honor and in response to the demand of the members, I move that the nominee bows and go.
Mr. President, distinguished colleagues, in as much as I appreciate the mood, please let us keep to the so let him tell us a few things about himself before we go to the issue of this has been the coalition here. Well guided, well guided.
The Senate President, the Excellency Deputy Senate President, the leadership of the Senate, and distinguished senators. My name is Lai Mohammed. I am, up to this moment, the National Office Secretary of the APC, and it's a privilege to be before the three senators today. I'm extremely privileged and humbled that the President has deemed me fit to nominate me as a ministerial candidate. I know that in the past few years, when I've been the spokesperson for both the ACN and then APC, that I must have ruffled a few feathers. I did so because of my duty, and I want to say that it was not personal in the least. I thoroughly enjoyed distinguished senators. I have been in the opposition as spokesperson for about 10 years, and I must say that I've thoroughly enjoyed being in opposition, but I'm sure it's better and more comfortable to be in government. I think 4 years is too short for you to learn to work in opposition, so you have to stay a bit much more longer.
Point of information.
Chief Whip. Order. Order. Order.
The three senators have come here to seek your support in being confirmed as the Minister of Affairs of Nigeria. I know that it's service to be in the opposition, but I think it's higher service also to be in government. And I have no doubt that in government we will not be as harsh as you were to us when we were in the opposition.
Looking at the working experience of Alhaji Lai Muhammad, you can see that he has served as the chairman of OPTI Multimedia Limited, a subsidiary of Apro Media PLC. He also served as director of Apro Media since May 2011.
I appeal to our minority I appeal to our brothers to second the motion.
Thank you, my leader. Mr. President, Mr. President, my distinguished colleagues, we must maintain decorum because this is the Senate. This is not the House of Assembly. So, Mr. President, there is a motion on ground. But if I know the nominee very well, he may have one or two propaganda to drop him before he I would like to amend that motion while seconding. Amending it. Order. The nominee. Order. To exhaust his heart before he takes the bow. So, Minority Leader, the motion, Minority Leader, the motion raised preferred by the leader and seconded by you, and as amended. In favor of the motion as amended, say aye. Aye. Those against, say no. The ayes have it. The motion has. So he wants you to. The motion as amended was that your skills, you might just say one or two things, and then after that you take a bow.
Thank you very much, Mr. Senators. I just want to say that my sole vision and mission, if I'm confirmed as the Minister of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, is that I am going to be as passionate, as committed, and as patriotic as I was when I was in the position in government. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
It has been a very interesting scenario as Alhaji Lai Mohammed, the outspoken publicity secretary of the All Progressives Congress, was asked to take a bow for his nature and for being well known by all the senators in terms of executing his work as the publicity secretary of his party and other national issues affecting Nigerians. He's the first ministerial nominee to be asked to take a bow and go. Next in the lineup is the first female to be screened, Hajia Amina Ibrahim Mohammed, representing Gombe State.
Chief Clerk.
Hajia Amina Ibrahim Mohammed has been the special advisor to the United Nations Secretary General Ban Ki-moon on post-2015 development planning since June 7, 2012. She was the CEO of the Center for Development Policy Solutions, a think tank she founded which seeks to address the policy and knowledge gaps within the government, parliament and private sector in development and civil society for robust advocacy materials. Amina Mohammed was popularly known in Nigeria for her role in the country's quest to achieve the Millennium Development Goals (MDGs) as Special Advisor to President on MDGs for 6 years. Chief Special Advisor.
Out of order! Distinguished colleagues.
Order!
Don't be sick. Let's go.
Let her take a bow and go.
Distinguished colleagues, the ministerial nominee before us.
No, I'm now dealing with
is Amina Jane Mohammed. Amina, we have all got your CVs. So we would like you to just give us a brief introduction of yourself. If there's something on your CV you'd like to emphasize on, or there's something on your CV that is missing that you want to inform us about, we'll give you time to say that, and after that you take a few questions. It's okay.
Your Excellency, Senate President, Your Excellency, the Deputy Senate President, principal officers, I would like to also take the opportunity to recognize my 3 senators, former Governor of Gombe State, Distinguished Senator Benjamin Goji, our former Speaker of the Federal House of Representatives, Senator Dairo Nakada, and our former Deputy Governor of Gombe State, Senator Joshua Ludani. I won't, of course, leave without saying special recognition to the women senators, distinguished senators. I am indeed privileged and honored to be here nominated as a Minister for the Federal Republic, but I'm more humbled by standing before this House. I am Amina Jane Mohammed, OFR, born on the 27th of June, 1961, to a father from Limbu, a mother from the UK, one of 5 girls, the eldest. My school in Nigeria and the UK, and then proceeded on a career over the past 30 years in the private sector, a stint in civil society, and the public sector, both nationally and internationally. If found fit to serve by this hallowed chamber, then I would say that the experience that I would bring to my country and to service has already started a while ago in public service, but would build on the experiences that I've had since then, both in understanding better the what we need to do and therefore find the solutions of how. The 30 years of our experience in the private sector was really working for and building public institutions for which we now have a great need if we want to think about governance and delivery of service. In civil society, I spent a short time arguing with government then that we needed a national education plan, which we did not have in 2000. Consequently, we were able to produce the national EFA plan. Thereafter, I joined public service for the MDGs when we got the debt relief. The President then had asked us to spend that trying to achieve the poverty agenda with the Millennium Development Goals. Having served just over 7 years on that, I then left the country, first to teach as an adjunct professor at Columbia University in New York on a master's course in the School of International Public Affairs. That was not for long before I was asked by the Secretary General of the United Nations to come and lead the process for the successor development agenda of the MDGs. Today, I believe that we really do know what the issues are. I think the greater challenge is how we come together in the 3 tiers of government with the 3 arms to try to make sure that we follow one roadmap delivers on the aspirations of Nigerians. And I believe that that's what I have to offer in terms of the experience that has been had in all of those three areas of the country. Thank you.
Ms. Nominee, there has been a gradual divestment in our stock market since the inception of the present administration. Does that signal any instability in the economy? If so, if you are confirmed as a minister, how will you rectify this divestment, especially when it's coming from a foreign investor? And you'll agree with me that over 1 trillion naira has so far been divested since the inception of this administration. Thank you, Mr. Nominee.
Senator Alashaja.
Oh, this Central Senatorial District. Madam Nominee, we are once in charge of MDG. And during that time, a lot of grants were given to states. And those of us who served in another tier of government during that time could not understand the criteria that was being used by the office to give these grants to people. It seems as at that time it was not transparent enough. If you have the opportunity to hold a portfolio that will also involve granting of grants to states and other agencies, what are you going to do differently this time around that will make people have confidence in such an organization and in such a system? Thank you.
Senator Adeleke.
I'm Isaka Adeleke, Osun West. Madam Amina, could you please give an overview of the Sustainable Development Goals, the Agenda 2030, and how Nigeria as a nation could key into it and implement it? Thank you.
Senator Ujimi.
Thank you, Mr. President. Distinguished colleagues. Madam Nominee, you are a product of the PDP. And with the PDP, we found that women got their due fair share in governance. We had 35% and more. For the first time, we're getting less than 20%. If you are confirmed, what are you going to do to rectify this? Remembering that part of the goals of the MDG is gender equality and empowerment. For now, that is not being met. What are you likely to do to make it better? Am I allowed one more?
Yeah, one question.
5 questions. Madam Nominee. Madam Nominee, when you handled the MDGs, there were states that didn't quite benefit sufficiently in the disbursement of grants and all the requisite appurtenances. However, some got more than was their due. It was lopsided, and there was plenty of rancor as to what to do to make them better. You are going back now. What are you going to do to ensure that that does not happen? And then you balance everything because of this equality of opportunities for all the states of the Federation. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. President, distinguished colleagues, if on assumption that the portfolio of national planning is given to you, how will you manage that ministry? Because Nigerian, in all the policies she has embarked on, we don't have a long-term plan, and even in the National Assembly, when it comes to budgetary allocation, it is basically done on the medium-term framework. But if today someone will come out and say, hey, does Nigeria has a long-term plan? I don't think we have it. So, a rolling plan. So assuming you are the Minister of National Planning, will you give us a rolling plan that exceeded the medium-term framework? Because in the rolling plan, budget allocated probably maybe in 2015, with the medium-term framework, is supposed to have a lifespan of 3 to 5 years. As the rolling plan is between 5 years. Sorry, he's interjecting, sir. If there is an infrastructural development in, assuming Ministry of Works, and 5 billion is allocated for such a project, with a medium-term framework, it's supposed to be maybe 3 years or 5 years. But you come in and you see the project that was in 2015 has not been recaptured for a continuous activities in 2016. So what we're talking about is, as you doing the planning, obviously such a thing ought to be taken. So if you are the Minister of National Planning, will we have a long-term plan or a rolling plan that will be beneficiary for all Nigerians? Thank you.
Senator Fashion.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My own is an observation and a question. Madam Nominee, as impressive as your resume is it not, it's not accompanied by any credential whatsoever. Is this an oversight or think it's not necessary? And my question is, what is your honest assessment of the Girl Child Initiative education in Nigeria?
How many take questions? The question was broken.
British Senator, on the question of the stock market and investors' confidence, I think that the thrust that the President has taken in terms of dealing with perceptions of the country, with security, with governance, and with infrastructure are the right ones to try to bring that back again. I believe that that's really been the bane of many of the international discussions that have been had, is that can one bring in their resources and guarantee their safety over time? Also, if investments are to be made in any infrastructure, how can that begin if to begin with we don't have the power? So I think investor confidence is what we need to deal with and what the key issues are around that. The question from the distinguished senator on the MDGs and the conditional grants to states. There was criteria that was agreed with states and was agreed with this hallowed chamber and the Federal House of Assembly when we came to give conditional grants. There were two major concerns. One was that could these resources be given to states and be utilized to get results? And governance was a very big question at that time. The criteria that we put in place, in many cases, the capacity of states to meet that criteria was not there. And over time, we tried to build that. And if you look at the records of the states that we did give conditional grants to, remembering that the conditional grants were leveraging the equal amount from states' domestic resources as well, you'll find that over time that increased around all states. But where a state was unable to produce documentation, unable to produce a plan, or the capacity to implement, it's not possible to give resources to that, just purely because at the end of the day we have to remain accountable for those resources that we got appropriated by the federal government. I believe that going forward, if we are to pursue the conditional grant scheme, it is a good scheme. It is a scheme where the federal, the states, and the local governments come together behind one policy. If it's delivering education, it's delivering health, and this way the synergy and the coherence of what we do would be, I think, advantageous. What I would say is that we need far more resources running in the same direction. We have many instances where there are conflicts of interest as to who takes the credit for what resources come to a state or a local government. There has to be better synergy around the basic service delivery. Noting that the MDGs really did only focus on basic services of health, of water, and of education. Giving an overview of the SDGs to Senator Adeleke, the SDGs are the successor framework to the Millennium Development Goals. The Millennium Development Goals that were set in 2000 were basically addressing the social agenda. There were 8 of those goals that started off looking at poverty, the gender agenda, health, water, environment, partnerships, and then education. Those goals, we learned many lessons from the way in which we invested in them. The new agenda has taken 3.5 years for 193 countries to agree. One of the things we learned from the MDGs is there was no ownership. When they came to this National Assembly, one of the things we all asked was, where did this come from? Well, the United Nations framed the new one with the intervention of the
Please. Senator Hino Melaye, thank you for taking your seat. Senator Deputy Speaker, please take your seat. Senator John Eno, please don't disturb the Deputy Speaker. Thank you very much, distinguished colleagues.
Thank you, Mr. President. So, in essence, the difference between the Sustainable Development Goals and the MDGs is that the approach is different. We are now addressing the social, the economic, and the environmental aspects of development. But we're not just talking about fixing the health system or education, but that you're asking what you invest in your economy has results that deliver services, health, education, water, the well-being of people, but they also take into account that we do have very real issues in the environment, and that is around climate change. Climate change, where evidence shows us that as countries are growing and industrializing, the emissions that we get from fossil fuels, and in particular Nigeria, it's not sustainable. And so therefore, if we in Nigeria now are to industrialize, are to look at the value chains, whether they're manufacturing or they are agriculture, then we will have to take that into consideration. The 17 SDGs are a response to 193 countries, Nigeria included, where we acknowledged what were the issues that we have to face. I think even when we do our planning in Nigeria to agree as a country what the major issues are, inequality, poverty, the conflict, migration, youth unemployment, the issue of women and access to resources were all the backdrop of what was agreed. The 17 goals themselves deal with finishing off the MDGs. They also deal with the economy, the environment, and then 2 incredibly important aspects. One is governance, the rule of law, corruption, and institutions. I think this is a critical issue that we discussed for over a year and a half in the United Nations with many who believe that without it, no matter what the goals, you cannot deliver if your institutions are not strong, they're not credible, and there are no checks and balances for corruption. Corruption is a symptom of just a basically poor structure, institutions, and a lack of capacity. The 17th goal, which is the other one that holds up these 15, is basically partnerships. The question about the stock markets is that we need partnerships to develop this country. The domestic resources will always remain critical, and that which sustains the daily investments that we need to make in our economy. But we will need partnerships to grow them, whether they come from the private sector, they come from other donors, or they come from instances of the insurance world and other private equity. That framework was built around, the finance framework was agreed in Addis Ababa for the 17 goals. With the Millennium Development Goals, we did not have a financing framework, but the world has agreed that if we're to do these goals, the resources have to be there. In addition to the monetary resources, the finances that we need, we have acknowledged that technology is going to be a key to making this happen. We are beneficiaries of technology. We also know that in the health sector, for instance, it has worked incredibly well in getting at rural people who need healthcare services using the cell phone to make sure that that happens. And I think that here, that was the third part of what we did with the SDGs. The last part of this has been accountability. Accountability around the world is what people are asking for. We had a survey that we conducted around the world. 8 million people responded. Out of the 8 million people, over 2.5 million of those responses came from Nigeria. And when Nigerians were asked what it was they wanted for the new development agenda, they cited 4 things: education, health, jobs, and a responsive government. And this has gone across the world. So really this agenda is responding to that. That really is basically it. How does Nigeria benefit from this? What we do not want to happen this time that is different from the MDGs is that the SDG framework must be integrated into Nigeria's plan. We have to have a vision and a longer-term plan. Senator Binta Garba-Nasser had said to us that what were we doing about planning? We have had plans, and some of them have not been as robust as we need to respond to the issues that we have. But we do have Vision 2020. That is a plan that was a national one. It needs upgrading, it needs to respond to the current times, but the SDGs should be integrated into that plan and not an SDG plan at the side. So one would hope that that happens. But with every plan and whatever we do integrating it, what we are suffering from these days to know where to go, where the issues are. I noted from the distinguished senators the issue of whether you had lopsided investments. The baseline data for this country is really not available. And unless
for this time, I mean, I make a special case. Do you want for this time?
Amina Ibrahim Muhammad there, making special cases for sustainable development, a precursor or a predecessor, a successor of the Millennium Development Goals. She's a nominee from Gombe State and has had about 30 years of experience both locally and internationally in public and private sectors, mostly in the field of development, and she's expected to bring this to bear as a Minister of the Federal Republic. Most probably the next nominee is from Jigawa State. He is Suleiman Hussaini Adamu from Jigawa State, ministerial nominee from Jigawa State. And yes, indeed he is. Suleiman Hussaini Adamu is an engineer by profession. In fact, a civil engineer. He's a fellow of the Nigerian Society of Engineers. He's also a council member, Association Consulting Engineers of Nigeria.
The next ministerial nominee we have with us.
He is also a member of the Council for the Regulation of Engineering, COREN, and a member of the American Society of Civil Engineers.
We all have your CV. We've gone through it. We just want you to say a brief introduction of yourself, If there are things in your CV you would like to highlight, or if there are things there that have been omitted that you also want to highlight, you just have a few minutes just to say a few things. Then after that, we'll ask you one or two questions. All right.
The Senate President, Your Excellency, the Deputy Senate President, distinguished leaders of the Senate, distinguished senators of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, good afternoon. My name is Suleiman Hussein Adamu, and I'm from Jigawa State. I'm a civil engineer by profession. I come from a family with a long tradition of public service and community leadership. As such, I am a community leader in my own right and has been doing what is expected of me in that role to the best of my ability. I am also a family man, a father who wants to be a role model to his children, and I've therefore tried to lead my life with dignity and with respect for others and in accordance with the values that we are brought up. I had a good education because people of my own generation were lucky to have a very good education at the time when things were good for this country. I am a product of the Unity Schools, having attended Federal Government College, Kano, and I therefore feel very much at home in every part of the country because I have friends and brothers and sisters from all parts of Nigeria. I'm a professional for years, but I've had my stint in the public service for about 7 years, after which I left to join a private practice, which we built up and have been successfully running for the past 27 years or so. Along the way, I have found myself dabbling into a little bit of politics because since the decision by President Muhammad Buhari to join politics in 2002, I have found myself from time to time living the technocratic life to work in the political field for a while before going back into my core profession. I've been a member of the think tank since 2002. I have participated in most of the campaigns, either within the strategy department or as special assistant to the presidential candidate. I've been involved in the preparation of campaign documents and stuff like that. Mainly professional and technocratic work. Then until 2010, when the CPC was formed, where I decided to take a little foray into the politics. I contested and won the position of National Vice Chairman of CPC for Northwest. So that is a little bit about me, sir. Like I said, I come from a family of tradition of public service. I grew up in a generation where we had everything free. We had free education, we had free health, and I feel I have not paid back to Nigeria. And I feel this nomination, if confirmed by this distinguished House, will be an opportunity for me to pay back to Nigeria what Nigeria has done for me. I'm humbled and happy to be here, and I look forward to this confirmation if the House finds, if the distinguished Senate finds me worthy of being a Minister of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Thank you very much.
I am distinguished Senator Isa Hama, representing the good people of Bauchi Central. Having gone through the CV of Engineer Suleiman A. Adamu, I see the possibility of him handling effectively about 3 ministries: one, labor and productivity; water resources; Science and Technology, but I will ask my question on Labor and Ministry of Labor and Productivity. Yes, I know. I've seen labor and productivity has been lagging behind over the years in Nigeria as a result of several bottlenecks, which have hindered the development and promotion of productive employment policies and programs for employment generation. As a possible Minister of Labor and Productivity, how do you intend to overcome these challenges and bottlenecks that limit the actualization of our National Action Plan on Employment Generation? That is one. As a possible Minister of Water Resources, what skills do you hope to provide in order to increase access to safe, adequate and sustainable water supply and assistance on the information of the water sector? These are my two questions, one on labor and productivity and water resources. Thank you.
Senator Fashe.
Andrew Fashe, representing the North Central District. Going by your antecedents in water resources and the engineering construction, what will you suggest to the Nigerian government on the best way to make water portable and within the reach of the public, especially in the rural population?
Senator Kofi.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. My distinguished colleagues, my name is Umar Ibrahim Kofi, representing the Center, the home of society. Sir, my question goes to the nominee. One, I put in the works. Execution of technical projects in Nigeria is characterized with delay, abandonment, and frequent evaluation. What role will you play to address these challenges and ensure speedy completion of new and abandoned projects? That is one. Second, the services rendered by federal maintenance agencies, that is FEMA, seem to be visible in comparison with the previous agencies, like the Petroleum Trust Fund. Nigerian roads have been described as desperate by many public entities, given their poor condition in facilitating frequent and accident with colossal loss of life. What strategy will you employ to structure FEMA and perform effectively, optimally, and professionally? These are questions, sir.
Senator Gavin.
Mr. President, distinguished colleagues, my name is Senator Joshua Daru, a chartered accountant by profession, and I'd like to ask Mr. Nominee, the state of our road in Nigeria, why is it that, in those days, in the early 70s, our road, once they are constructed, commissioned, even when it's double surface dressing, it lasts 10 years. But these days, it has become almost on a recurring expenditure. If you commission it today, next week is given away. Not only that, I'm worried about the environmental impact assessment. If you look at the Kuba Road, it's a big threat. Look at the Light Camera 2. These multinationals have remained in business because of deliberate collaboration with our engineers. What will we do differently? Number two, FCDA is supposed to be the pride of the nation. Unfortunately, the master plan has been so distorted, Mr. President. I like Mr. Nominee, and then there's partial development. I like Mr. Nominee, and then there's partial development. It will look as if the development settled. Target at where elites are settled. Will you? But if you go to Garki 1, will you? But if you go to Garki 1, or even Garimpa, where the masses are, they are living in a world of their own. Only God will come to their rescue. As a government that will bring change, sustainable change. There is so much over to Nigeria. Lastly, there is so much over to Nigeria. Lastly, I'm sure you took part in PPP. It will appear, I do recall, most of the
cost of contract, especially roads, even when they are supposed to be done as contract, instead of for PPP, they are already at contract the same price.
To our economy, especially in view of capital flight. Thank you.
Take these questions. Take this other question.
Thank you, Mr. Senate President. Thank you, distinguished senators. Senator Issa Malan, I am not a labor expert, but employment is an issue that is pertinent to this country, and it's a problem, a persistent problem. I think the APC manifesto has been clear that one of the cardinal massive employment generation, and that will be done through massive investment in agriculture and infrastructure development and solid minerals. So I think that is there. But beyond that, there's been this. I remember I was watching the proceedings earlier, and there was a question from one of the distinguished senators regarding the employability of our graduates and youth. I feel we have to improve seriously on training, skills acquisition, and things like that. I know in some countries you can't even be a tailor if you don't have a trade certificate. But in this country today, anybody can decide to be a mason or to be a tailor or to be whatever without any relevant training. So marrying this with the cardinal policies of the APC government, I think we should be done in such a way that we must pay a lot of emphasis on skills acquisition so that people will become employable. Like I said, I'm sorry, I'm not a labor expert, but that's what I can say about this. Adequate and potable water supply, I think from, was that the other question? Yes, thank you. Well, I think part of the problem is that I have noticed that for many years now, neither the federal government nor state governments have been investing heavily on water infrastructure. And it is very, very important. We are always looking for the easy way out. Instead, people are building boreholes everywhere to the detriment of the groundwater resources that we have available. So I think what needs to be done is to inject a lot of money into water infrastructure. We don't seem to be attaching much importance to it as we are attaching importance to road infrastructure, but it's very, very important, because with a good water supply, if you have a healthy water supply, you are already taking care of substantial part of the problem associated with public health. So I think that is where we need to go. We need to invest money in infrastructure and make sure that we have real skills, we're equipped with better treatment facilities, equipped laboratories to monitor and control water quality. Senator, thank you for equity. I think that question answers you also on potable water supply. Senator Morikuvi, delay of projects. One of the major reasons why projects are delayed, I think it starts from the planning. In this country, we don't allow projects to evolve through the proper project cycle, from inception, conception to feasibility studies and all that. We like to take the fast track approach, and along the way, things happen. We don't really tidy up the planning process. You don't have correct estimates. You have haphazard timing, and also sometimes they are not really correlated with the budget. And at the end of the day, you find out that your project is very red, you are short of funds, or you have miscalculated, and stuff like that. And project management skills as well. Especially government projects, we find out that there is lack of technical skills within the ministries, departments, and agencies to be able to manage these projects. So, in that respect, a lot of things come into play. And I think the key strategy would be we should allow projects to be planned the way they should be planned. We should conceptualize projects, allow them to go through the project cycle, do the preliminary design, have the normal meetings, briefings, discuss, sort out, agree on the final plan, agree on budgets, and move on. And make sure that the money is available to do that project. If that doesn't happen, we will continue to have delay in projects completion. Strategy for FANA and other agencies. Well, I think the key thing for any organization to be effective, it must have the resources and the manpower to run the place. So those agencies should be manned by skilled people who know what they are doing, and then the resources should be made available to them so that they will be able to carry out their jobs. Simple. If we are able to do that, I think we've solved the problem. But anything short of that, there will be problems here and there. Distinguished Senator Barry, state of our roads, what do we do differently? One thing I have noticed, again, it still goes back to design. In this country, maybe because of budgetary constraints, because of the limited financial resources, we take some kind of affordable position about how to build our roads, rather than looking at the whole life cycle cost and making adequate preparations for the funds to do it. If you look at the roads that are being produced within Abuja FCT, for instance, if you look at the thickness of the pavement and compare with the thickness of the pavement from Kaduna to Abuja, you find that the ones of the highways are really on the low side. And then because of lack of time to plan properly, a whole stretch of 200 kilometers, you do not expect the soil conditions to be the same, for instance. I'm going a little bit technical now. So you need time to plan so that you do the necessary investigation and you design different segments commensurate with the soil situation or the ground situation there. But in this case, because of cost consideration and others, we take a blanket thickness from Kaduna to Abuja without taking consideration that this place has high water table or low water table, or this soil is weak, and so on and so forth. So again, it comes back to planning and the need to provide the resources to do the right thing. Fast-track projects are good sometimes, but things like this, national infrastructure that are supposed to last years, I think a lot of planning needs to go into them, and a lot of investment needs to go into them. We should not end up being penny wise, pound foolish on that. FCDA distortion of master plans. Distinguished Senators, I agree with you. I recently went into Carmel to visit, I think, Lupe, to visit a friend, and I was really surprised at the glamour that I just left in Garki, Metana, and what I found there. And I think, honestly, the focus of FCDA now should be on these satellite towns so that they can be habitable and people can have also a sense of belonging and good quality of life. And whoever might be the minister, I think he should really have a look at that aspect, because honestly, it just doesn't make sense that we have these slums around, because what we are having now is we are having favelas, just like we have in Rio de Janeiro, around the posh area. And the security considerations, there is the issue of inclusiveness and stuff like that. So I think the administration should strengthen satellite development agency and inject money into these satellite towns so that they can really be habitable and be part of the capital. It just doesn't make sense. It's an eyesore on the capital, I must say. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Mr. President, distinguished colleagues, I'm Senator Matthew Rogide from Edo South. First, let me lend my voice in congratulating the nominee for being nominated by Mr. President. In reply to an earlier question, you had mentioned something concerning the construction of our roads and of course the nature of our roads. Looking at your CV, it is replete with your activities in FEMA and of course road construction. That of course is the area of great interest to me and to of course other Nigerians. You have answered part of it. Let us now come to the aspect of funding road construction in Nigeria. We are aware that over the years, the budget for the Ministry of Works for road construction has been very small compared to the huge construction road works that we have to embark on. Indeed, we need trillions for us to meet some level of sufficiency in the provision of roads in Nigeria. If we have to continue the way we have been going, and then of course with the very poor designs, and then of course the construction we have been having, we know all exercises or efforts will end in futility. So I want to ask you, if at times you are sent to the Ministry of Works as the minister, how do you intend to raise sufficient funds to meet with
stakeholders that there's the need to bring in the PPP policy. Now, what is your take on this? Are you going to help in bringing up policy that will go in line with this agitation if you eventually find yourself as a Minister of Works? Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Francis Amekina.
Mr. President, distinguished colleagues, my name is Senator Francis Amekina, representing the good people of Edo North. Mr. Nominee, I've gone through your CV and you could be the Minister of Works. I'm still coming back to the roads issue. My question to you is it's only one question. If I made the Minister of Works, for the past almost 10 years now, the road from Abuja to Lokoja, Okene to Benin has been all for the past 10 years, not completed. What would be your policy statement you made to the President to see that the completion of this road? Thank you.
Senator Oji.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, and my colleagues. My name is Theo Chendo, and I represent Abia Central
Engineer, going through your CV, we see that you have a lot of experience in water. You have a lot of experience also in road construction and building. My colleagues have asked questions on road and water. I want to go over to building. Every day we hear of buildings collapsing. Those that are under construction, even those that have people in them. And after that, nothing happens. People go there and inspect, and we don't see any result. From your CV, if our prediction may be correct, because you may be sent to a ministry that will be responsible for these. If you are sent there, what will be your policy in terms of collapsing buildings, so as to forestall it, that it will not happen again, so that our people will not be dying when they are in buildings that are collapsing? That is all. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. President, distinguished colleagues. My name is Civil Senator Dr. Larry Tejoshu, representing Ogun Central, Ogun State. My question borders on the background.
Senator, please put up your microphone.
Yes. With the background of ministerial nominee as an engineer, and also with the experience in water projects, I want you to address a serious problem we have in the rural areas today in Nigeria. Most of the houses in the rural areas are not planned. So we have a lot of sewage problems in the rural areas. We have the rural dwellers creating their sewage system just around the area where they also dig boreholes for the water that they drink, which is very, very dangerous to their health. If you are involved with the policy to address this issue, what will you do to replan the sewage system of our rural areas, and also to have control of boreholes that are being dug, so that we would have a kind of health catastrophe with this development? Thank you.
Senator Gobri.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency, distinguished colleagues. My name is Senator Ibrahim Gobri, representing Sokoto East. First, I would like to commend the federal government for nominating a professional engineer as a nominee. The first question I want to ask you borders on water resources. Currently, we have a lot of dams that are silted, and because of that siltation, the capacity to absorb water is actually limited, and therefore destruction and then loss of lives takes place because the water goes back and destroys villages. What will you do when you become Minister of Water Resources? Then the second question is on the issue of Asian River Niger. What are you going to do if you become also the same Minister of Water Resources on the division of that River Niger? Will you continue that project or will you abandon it? Can I ask the last question, sir?
Thank you, Your Excellency, Senate President. Senator from Edo South, talking about funding of roads. Yes, I'm aware that for over the years there's been a lot of effort to do some road sector reform. I don't know what has happened, but the previous Senate, I think there was some bill before it on the road bill, they call it, if I recall, trying to find a way to kind of improve the management of the road sector and also including funding, but at least that is for maintenance. But in this case, we are talking of funding for new roads, and basically there are 2 or 3 ways I think we can do that. Apart from the budgetary allocation, which would also come, we need to really go into public-private partnerships
with the private sector. Although there are constraints in the sense that we have to have the conducive atmosphere in the country to attract investors from outside. And also, I think our own financial institutions need to start really focusing their attention on long-term lending, because PPP projects are really things that have you cannot recover your investment, you only recover it over a long period of time. So we have this constraint there, but honestly, one of the key areas we must go is PPP. We don't have an option. The other one also, I understand there are lots of idle funds going on with the pension funds. These are areas in the infrastructure sector is one area that we also need to start investing. And I think there is no problem, because in any case pension funds are supposed to be invested over a long period of time. There is no reason why we shouldn't invest in this road sector, and we can create toll bridges and so on, toll gates for them to recover their money. This is happening all over the world, and I don't think Nigeria should be an exception. Previously, I think the international financial institutions used to provide funding for this kind of things, but these days, I don't think it's coming. But we can also go for sovereign loans. We are doing that, I think, with the airport, with loans from the Chinese government. So I think these are possible areas that we can get funding apart from budgetary considerations. Senator Bayo, the distinguished senator, my take on PPP. PPP, inevitably we have to go there. I know it still has its problems. And currently, my company is working on a PPP project, and we are getting some problems, issues here and there. Maybe part of the lack of understanding of the concept itself is new, so we are trying to get used to it. And there are other external factors that are maybe beyond anybody's control. But that culture needs to be imbibed as quickly as possible. It must also include, it's a kind of tripartite situation. We have to have the executive arm promoting it. We have to have the legislature, putting all the necessary laws together. And we have to have a robust judiciary. We have to have a robust judiciary to be able to take care of any conflicts or issues like arbitration and so on that may come into play. Investors look at all these things because they do their risk analysis. If these things are not there, they are not likely to put in their money. So these are areas that we should focus on to make PPP a more acceptable concept in the implementation of infrastructure projects generally, not necessarily, not only roads. Senator from Edo North, Abuja Lokoja Highway and Policy and Completion of Roads. Distinguished Senator, for me as a professional, the biggest calamity for me is to have an uncompleted project. And if by any chance I have the opportunity to administer that section, that part of the administration, one of my first priorities would be to look at this uncompleted project, to prioritize them, to see the ones that are viable, and the ones that should be completed. The ones that can wait should wait, because once a project has started anyway, it must be finished at some time. But we can do some sort of prioritization depending on the amount of money that we have. Senator from LBR Central, building collapses. Distinguished Senator, I've been a member of the Governing Council for the Regulation of Engineering before, and this matter has been there. Two things, I think, two or three things. First of all, the public itself, the Nigerian public must be ready to embrace professionals. If you don't allow professionals to do your work, you give it to quacks, you are going to run into a problem. There are consultants all over, there are consulting architects, there are consulting engineers, electrical, mechanical. Allow them to do the work. People are shying away from the professional fee that they will pay. But at the end of the day, it is better for you to pay that professional fee and sleep well under your roof than to have a collapsed slab on your head. That is one. Number two, I have realized that especially in many states of Nigeria, the people responsible, the agencies responsible for giving building permits themselves, you find that a lot of them are not well equipped. I know of a particular thing that for years they didn't have a structural engineer. So I wondered how they were approving building plans. And of course, buildings were collapsing. So the state agencies, the development agencies in the states, and this applies to states, I guess, should understand the importance of building planning approvals, and building control, development control, as they say, so that they put the right people there to do the work for them. Otherwise, we are not going to, this thing will not end. Thirdly, like I said, we have a lot of tax. I think under the regulatory agencies like COREN, we really went to the extent of getting a tribunal, the Chief Justice of the Federation appointed a tribunal for trying cases where people were practicing without their license, without any license. I think this should be strengthened, and examples should be set on people, and the right punishment should be meted. Unless we enforce this, we monitor and enforce again, we are going to run into a problem. So these are the kind of areas I think we can concentrate on and get to sort out that problem.